It's good. D. Anderson and the Showboats have won it in overtime. Going to hand this off up the middle for Marable. He's going to fumble. Ball's loose. And St. Louis picks it up. That will do it. The Battlehawks defense makes a play late. Game on the line. Looking to throw. Has time. End zone. Incomplete. It's incomplete. The Stallions hang on to win. For overtime, DeLeo to throw, pass, caught by Roland, needs some help, not gonna get it, he's stopped a yard short. Houston will pull off the upset. Looking to throw, has time, deep, right side, overthrown, picked off. It's intercepted by Keenan Isaac. He's gonna need it right there. They hand this off right side for Roland, they convert the 10-5. Chris Roland, I should shut up. Chris Roland touchdown. That's the dagger. Knicks toss left side and there's room. Has past the 30, past the 40, past the 20, 15, 10, 5. RJ Harvey. There we go. One play. Just need one play out of you. Gonna play action and look to throw. Mariota, sometime. Pass, intercepted. It's picked off. Yes, yes. One play was all they needed. Jack Jones. Williams, play action. Rolling left, looking to throw. Has time. Pass, end zone, intercepted. It's Keyshawn Nixon calling game. Darnold to throw. Has time. Pass, wide open. Over the middle. The Seattle Seahawks do it. Play action looking to throw. Williams has some time. Pass deep. Over the middle. Has a man. It's DJ Moore. Touchdown Chicago. They win in overtime. Snap good. Hold good. Kick up. And he missed it. Wide right. The Steelers will host Houston on Monday night. Williams in shotgun. Back to his right. 3 receiving options to the left. 4th and 4. Trip to Seattle on the line. Man in motion. Williams looking to throw. Pressure coming. Rolling left. Trying to buy some time. Back near the 40. Pass left side. Williams is caught. Touchdown Chicago. Cole Kmet. Somehow the magic remains. What? May looking to throw in 3rd and 6. Rolling left. Gonna take it himself. And that will do it. A first down carry. It's a gain of 7. And the Patriots have booked their ticket to Santa Clara. Zeros on the clock. The Seattle Seahawks, for the first time since 2014, are your NFC champion. Hello, everybody, and welcome on in. It is a double header for this Saturday, Week 8 of the UFL. It begins with the DC Defenders looking for revenge against the Louisville Kings after their loss last week to them. As well as DC looking to clinch a playoff spot after failing to do so last week. Second game of the doubleheader, St. Louis takes on Houston. St. Louis will look to clinch a playoff spot as well. So by the end of the day, we might have 3 of the 4 playoff spots clinched after Orlando clinched their spot last night with their win against Dallas. Welcome on in, kickoff is moments away. And what should be a pretty interesting doubleheader slate for this UFL day, this UFL week. I'll be live with both games, probably just going to do one long, continuous stream, so all going to be right here. But it all begins in Louisville and Lynn Family Stadium. What should be a pretty good one. But we shall see. Last night's game ended up being pretty solid, considering kind of what those two teams have been playing like the past few weeks. It ended up being a pretty good game. We'll see if any of these today are living up to that. But we shall see. Oh yeah, Lynn Family Stadium is a good stadium for this league. Same thing with Historic Crew in Columbus, which we won't see this week. We'll probably have to see next week, I believe. But this could be a massive win for the Kings. If they're able to sweep DC, it's gonna cause a lot of chaos in this league. It's gonna be fun, especially with DC having to play Orlando in back-to-back weeks to end the season. I mean, we could be in for a fun one. But we shall see. Yo, what's up? Welcome on in. They're going over last week's game between Louisville and DC. The 27 unanswered points from the Kings to get that win, which was a shocker to say the least. I don't expect the Kings to go on a 27-0 run again this week, but we'll see. I do expect Chandler Rogers to still keep up that play he's been having this year, which pretty efficient, all things considered. We will see. Teams are on the field doing the last bit of warm-ups. Kickoff moments away. Yeah. Good on-field interview here with DeAndre Baker, corner of the defenders. That they did well early on into pregame warm-ups. I am curious about the attendance for today, because the Kings are right there in a playoff spot. They're tied with Birmingham for that final one. I would hope that this Kings fan base, which has been able to show up the majority of this season, will be able to show up again in this one. Oh, there's a weather delay right now? Fantastic. Fantastic. Yeah. Are they... So, due to the weather delay, they're just showing last year's UFL championship game. Sure. Yeah, this is great. Let me pull up the weather app. You can have an idea about things. This championship game was a fun one last year between Michigan and DC. Light rain currently. Doesn't seem to be thunder and still, but we'll see. Depending on how long this weather delay is, it might change some of the plans for today. Yeah. I do miss the Michigan Panthers. I want them to be back in this league sooner. Their branding was just nice. Hey, this is fun. Hey, first weather delay of the season, though. Yeah, I'm kind of shocked it took this long to get to it, but at the same time, oh well. I swear it's always a DC game that has an issue with me. Last year, it was a DC game that, for some reason, my ABC was not carrying. I don't know what's up with DC, but they always tend to make things a bit difficult. Okay, I see the thunder now. Is that really? I guess it's a... Yeah. Yeah, there was a game last year that had weather delays as well. But yeah, it's just yeah. Yeah, I think I remember that one from the first year of UFL. Again, it's fine. Weather delays don't bother me too much. It's just with today supposedly being a double header of games, I'm curious how this is gonna impact St. Louis and Houston's start. Because the ABC has an NHL playoff game tonight, so they can't go too long with these. So we'll see. Yeah, but that would be. Eh. I would imagine that St. Louis and Houston will still start on time, and then this game will, and then this game will either just get cut off or they'll go dual box or something with it, because like St. Louis is in a dome, so they're still scheduled to start when they start. The more so question is how are they going to handle the coverage of DC Louisville at that point? Obviously, depending on how long this weather delay is, which might be decently long. We'll see. That's also going to impact attendance numbers then for tonight. Okay. Some forecasts are saying that at least the rain is going to be going for another like hour or so, but the thunder is going to be the question. Yeah, well, to be fair, not every city they're in, one has a domed stadium, or two has a domed stadium that they feel comfortable playing in. Because they could have kept Michigan and done Ford Field, but again, that wouldn't have changed this game. Louisville doesn't really have a domed stadium to be utilized. But that's part of the reason the NFL is aiming for more dome stadiums. It seems in northern climates. With I think the Browns are thinking about getting a dome. The Bills are getting that canopy added to the new Highmark that's being unveiled this year. Well, not a dome, but still. I think Tennessee is also venturing to get an enclosed stadium, as every team is now taking the SoFi / Allegiant Stadium route with design and stuff. Which fair. Oh yeah. Yeah, domes are going to become more so the standard, which is both good and kind of bad. Part of me does wish that, part of me does have that feeling of, football weather and playing in the snow and in the rain and all that, but I do also get the idea of, not wanting to have games be in delays or called off potentially for the weather. But we'll see. And if by 12:30 it doesn't feel like we have a good idea of when kickoff will be, I have an idea of something to do to kind of pass the time before this one, but we'll see. But again, in the meantime, them showing the UFO championship game is a fun one. I have a few ideas of passing time out of the members. Yeah, we're in a weather delay. It sucks, but not much you can do about it. Again, depending on how long this weather delay is, like if this weather delay is seemingly going into like 1:30 or longer, I might just scrap calling this game. Because at that point, like, what's the point of it? But I'll give it roughly an hour and a half full delay. I agree with that, but it wouldn't have stopped this game getting delayed. Like it wouldn't have stopped it because the Memphis Showboats is who moved to create the Louisville Kings. And Louisville was gonna have a team regardless if Michigan stayed or not. If anything, they would have stopped Orlando from doing what they've done this year. But I do expect Michigan to be back at some point. Exactly when, no idea, but I do expect them to be back. I'm hoping for 2028 to see the Panthers return, but who knows with this league? I was also not expecting OKC to get a team when they are. So yeah. Just further updates to follow from the UFL socials. I saw that report, and that is very interesting to me. If the OKC UFL team has a separate owner, that is a great sign for the league in the future. Because that's one of the things that, at least this year, it feels like is kind of getting in their own way to a degree, is that every team is owned by the league, and thus the league has control of how roster construction works and everything. So it's caused a bit of conflict of interest. Yeah, I would love the idea of eventually every team having their own ownership group. I'm sure you can find people in the Michigan. I'm sure you can find people that would like to be at least part owners of the Panthers being back. But yeah, we'll see. But yeah, it would be nice to see every team at some point in the future get like their own ownership group. Yeah, I think that would do wonders for the league. That's kind of like the main point towards it. New Orleans could be fun. I'm also trying to think of like potential rivalries for the league. And the obvious one that the league has not been able to capitalize on yet is the Michigan and Ohio stuff. Having a team in Columbus and a team in Michigan would be perfect. Yeah. And I guess those two teams do have history from like the Breakers and the old USFL days, but I don't know, just the potential between Michigan and Ohio and tapping into that rivalry in the same way that the OKC team can try and tap into the Oklahoma and Texas stuff would be fun. I still think the best idea for a week 1 game in 2028 now at this point is to have it be Dallas versus OKC in week 1 to start the year. Just trying to tap into that rivalry as much as possible. Because that's going to be one of the bigger rivalries if done properly. Because like DC and St. Louis kind of have a rivalry at this point, though it does suck that they played each other twice in the first month of the season. Kind of wish we saved the game for later on, but scheduling conflicts and all that, I guess. Yeah. I wish Bob Stoops was still coaching, honestly. I feel like although like Dallas has done a pretty okay job this year, the past 5 weeks has not been great, but I don't know. I feel like Bob Stoops definitely still has a few more years under his belt if given a chance. Yeah, I kind of felt that it's the same feeling that that Skip Holtz has for me, where like I feel like if the league wanted to, they could have kept Skip Holtz in Birmingham, but instead they went with the McCarron route, which is fine, I guess. Birmingham has been able to turn their season around pretty well, so yeah. Yeah, this UFL championship game last year was fun. I remember it a lot because I co-streamed that game with Game 5 for Panthers Oilers last year. And I'm pretty sure the first clip in the intro stuff is from this game. It's gonna be interesting having a championship game not in St. Louis this year. Because the first two were for the UFL. Having it in DC this year is gonna be interesting. All right, from the looks of it, again, I'm not. Where exactly is? Because this map is just like the center of Louisville. Where exactly is Lynn family on? Yo, we're currently in a weather delay. I feel like Mississippi could work if done correctly. I just don't trust League to do it correctly is the thing. Also, like I guess it's not the closest to Birmingham, but I feel like they view Birmingham as that team for for the Alabama, the Mississippi, and like Georgia almost. Which is not a great mindset to have, but oh well. Yep. Yeah, it's been. I woke up like 2 hours before stream started, so I'm chilling. Yo. Yeah. In the meantime, they're showing last year's UFL championship game while we're at the weather delay, so we're just chilling, waiting to see any updates. All right, here we go. Update from the league. Game is scheduled to resume at 12:36 p.m. EST, so about 20 or so minutes. That's when we'll get the opening kick. So, not a long weather delay in comparison to some of the other ones we've seen. But that's also assuming there's no more lightning strikes in the area. So I'm curious because pretty much the length of halftime was how long this delay was. So I'm curious of how that's going to impact the pace of the game almost. Because I remember when Dallas and Pittsburgh played Sunday night a few years back, there was a weather delay for that game as well, and I'm pretty sure it caused halftime to pretty much almost be skipped. Which I was live for as long as I could with that one, but that was a Sunday night game. I had class the next day, so I wasn't live for the full game. Yeah. We're at a weather delay. There is lightning in the area near Louisville, so they delayed the start of the game, postponed it. Everything is scheduled to re-begin at around 12:40 ish EST. 12:36 is the exact time. So I would imagine that the players will be taking the field at around like 12:30 or so, and then warming up again, and then we'll get things going. In the meantime, ABC is showing last year's championship game, and I forget Tiamu. That's a BU. I mean, DC is such a fun team to watch. Even like last year's stuff with them. That's a team you cannot go wrong with. Just putting on an old game or putting on old highlights. That's a beautiful throw. Yeah. Yep, 12:36 is when the schedule to start back up. Yep. I forgot this is how they lined up for the 2 point. Man, DC last year was just throwing shit at a wall and it working for them somehow. The entirety of last year's run for them was both impressive and fun. Yeah, weather delay should be lasting for about 14 or so more minutes. Honestly, in the meantime, it's going to be a bit rough to set up real quick, but I have not done the stat pad for today yet, and honestly, this is not looking great for me. Briefly for that. All right, here we go. This is something. Hey, let's crop this real quick since we're at the weather delay. There you go, good enough. Just for the brief. Since we're at the weather delay, might as well. For those who don't know what this is, called StatPad. It's a daily game online similar to like Wordle and stuff, but essentially trying to guess a correct year for a player with the highest possible for that stat. And this is from a few days ago. This is for passing yards. I've not done this yet, so this should be pretty interesting. So 6th round, I mean, Brady 07. I don't think you could go wrong with that, yeah. I forget he threw for that many in Tampa. Brady's Tampa tenure is both impressive and kind of infuriating. And this is also where you can see where I don't fully remember draft rounds too well. Well, 4th round, Dak was. I know Dak was a 4th round pick. What would be? Yeah, I forget Kirk Cousins was a 4th round pick as well. For some reason, I have him as a 5th. Second round, Drew Brees was. Yeah, he was 2nd round. Should have won 09 MVP, but cool. Like I could probably get the top player more often than not with this, but I'm very tempted to just say screw it and put Dan Marino in 84 for this one, but I know there's a higher one. Like I'm pretty sure Peyton Manning, any of Peyton Manning's years would be slightly better. 3rd round quarterback. Who? How am I blanking on 3rd round quarterbacks? Derek Carr, I think, was 2nd round. Again, we're in the weather delay about 10 minutes until that's reportedly said to start up again. Am I blanking on 3rd round quarterbacks? Rodgers was 1st. I'm just trying to go through the teams now. Wasn't Brissett the 3rd round? He's not gonna have a great number though for passing yards, but I think he was 3rd round. Geno Smith was 2nd round. I cannot think of. Let me just see if he was. third round. It would be what? Lux retired 18? Damn. Okay. Matt Schaub was third round. Ugh. So I guess 19 was when Luck retired. So let's just go. I know it's probably a better one, but I got him. Yeah. Okay. I've been tempted to do a bit more with that for everything, but just trying to think of like how is going to be the question for it. We have no other updates from the league about the weather delay, so I'm assuming we're all set to go for 12:36. Oh yeah, Jason Bean makes his return to Louisville after being traded. And there's Kings fans talking shit already. I love it. I love to see how passionate that Kings fan base is. We have at the weather delay. And all signs point towards kick in the game beginning around 12:36. In the meantime, we just chilling. Yeah. This game is a great example of why Toa Tower should be getting more usage in Columbus. This UFL championship game. Alright, so they just cut the championship game off early as they're getting back to the main game coverage. Again, kickoff should be beginning here momentarily. Alright. Good signs here all around. We have DC looking to clinch a playoff spot in this. Yeah, I mean, I'm curious how this is going to impact like halftime and stuff, but all should be good. Alright, kickoff moments away here. Teams are on the field. They're doing their warm-ups after the weather delay. Kickoff will be in about 4 or so minutes. And we'll see if DC can confidently clinch that playoff spot after failing to do so last week in the loss to Louisville after giving up 27 unanswered. And looking pretty damn well doing so. But we shall see. And Chandler Rogers been playing pretty solid, all things considered, since his week 5 start. This will mark his first full month of play as the Kings starting quarterback. Do we have a better idea of kind of like how things are looking for the final 2 weeks after this? But we shall see. In DC after this game, they're heading into a double header. Heading into a back-to-back slate against Orlando. Louisville after this one's going to be playing good old Dallas, then Columbus to round out the season. So, pretty big games coming up for Louisville if they want to try and claim that final playoff spot, including this one. And obviously, we'll see what happens with Birmingham tomorrow. But we shall see. And teams taking the field. We'll see who gets the ball first in this one here soon. I imagine it'll be Louisville getting the ball first, it seems. But everything's a go. The weather and the lightning have passed. A long delay has now led to kickoff. DC will get the ball first in this one. Xavier Valade and Eric Ezukanma set to return. We'll see what Jordan Teamu and that defender's offense can do. And even with the weather delay, the Kings fan base is showing up pretty well, seemingly, based off of this very brief section I get to see on the broadcast. Tanner Brown on to send this one down. Oh yeah, that is a nicely packed out Lynn Family Stadium, even with the weather delay. Hell yeah. I love to see it. Louisville's going to be a great market for years to come with this league. And kickoff is underway from Louisville, Kentucky. DC going to return this beginning from the 5. Spaced out past the 20, 25, past the 30. Going to be brought down. Breaking tackles past the 35 to 40. 45, 50. Still going past the Louisville 45. And finally brought down right around the 42 of the Kings. Xavier Valade getting things started off early as DC is starting this game past midfield off the great return. And now it comes Jordan Teamu and this DC offense. alongside this Kings defense. This was the story of last week, how well the Kings were able to maintain Jordan Ta'amu and this offense throughout everything. After the hot start for DC, they were held scoreless throughout the entirety of the second half last week. Can the Kings continue that same streak? Going to be starting in some tough waters, though. Ta'amu and shotgun back to his right, 2 receivers to each side. Ball in the Louisville 41. Ta'amu play action, pass right side, going to be caught by a wide open receiver. Breaks off one tackle, the 10, the 5, and all it takes is one play for Ty Scott to put DC on the board. Weather delay did not faze them at all. Xavier Valade, the 55-yard kick returns that set up the 41-yard touchdown for Ty Scott. And DC is instantly getting things going with this. What a way for this to start. The extra point from Matt McCrane. It is up and it is good. So rough start for the Kings. But DC wasted no time at all with this. And we head to commercial break, just like that. Absolutely no time wasted. All right. Again, good start to this. And so at commercial break after the one-play touchdown drive for DC. And the weather delay did not faze them at all. All right. Let's see how the Kings are going to respond to this. That's a rough start. That is a rough start. To give up the 55-yard kick return and then instantly the 41-yard touchdown. DC is firing on all cylinders. You'll be getting back from commercial break here shortly. Alright, just getting back from commercial break. Going instantly to be interviewing Ty Scott along the sideline here after that quick start. Again, I do love how innovative the UFL has been with the access that the fans get. These sideline interviews, like right after stuff, is great. And all the mic ups as well is a majority of them are fun. The Dorian Thompson Robinson ones in Orlando a few weeks back were hilarious. All right, so kickoff underway. Kings going to return this beginning from the 7. Space out past the 20, 25, past the 30, 35. Space past the 40. It's a foot race for the end zone. Past the 30, 20, 10, 5. The Kings respond with a kick return touchdown. Are you kidding me? The weather delay has not impacted either side so far. Only the second kick return touchdown of the season. That is how you respond. It's Tyler Hudson. Sure, this game is something. We're not even a minute in game time into this one. We're only about 31 seconds into this game. Extra point is up and this one's tied. We're 31 seconds in and we've had a 54-yard kick return, a 41-yard touchdown, and then that was about a 92-yard kick return touchdown. Those are the 3 plays we've had so far. Sure, why not? Why not? What a start to this. I think the only side of the ball that's been impacted now by the weather delay has been special teams kick coverage. "31 seconds in, and we've had nothing but explosiveness." All right, so Tanner Brown gonna send this one away. Kick going to be returned beginning from the 3. Space past the 20, 25. And Eric Ezukama going to be brought down right around the 28. That's more standard for a kick return. So confidently can say that this game has been worth the weather delay already with that start. Let's see how DC can do on their second drive. We still have not seen this Louisville offense yet, which is weird to say when we're just about to be 40 seconds into this game. Jamu in shotgun, gonna hand this off. Okay, keeping himself up the middle on the read option and slide down for a gain of about 2. Takes a hit there as well, kind of a late hit, but no penalty down. And there is a Kings player slow to get up afterwards as well. It's Mekhi Gardner. Slow to get up after the play. Yeah, he's the one that laid the hit on Teamu. So 2nd and 7 coming up. Teamu in shotgun, back to his left. 3 receiving options to the right. Ball roughly on their own 32-yard line now. Teamu going to look to throw, rolling right, and there's going to be the penalty that I was kind of waiting for. False start against DC coming up. Receiver on the outside moved early. So a 2nd and 12 coming up. All right, and so again, after the explosive 3 plays to begin this one, things are starting to cool down a bit. Tiamu and shotgun back to his right, 2 receivers to each side. Going to look to throw in 2nd and 12. Pass over the middle is caught by Azukanma in their space. The first down and more, past the 45 and finally brought down right around the 48 of DC. Eric Azukanma had a great catch last week as well. Been playing pretty solid for this DC team. There's another solid catch and run there for him, the former Miami Dolphin. Tamu and shotgun back to his right. Gonna hand this off for Deion Jackson up the middle. That's a gain of roughly 2. The first carry for Jackson tonight. For today, gonna get them to midfield. So 2nd and 8 coming up. Jamu gonna hand this off up the middle once again, and that's gonna be a gain of roughly 3. Deion Jackson on the carry, puts DC past midfield. It'll be a 3rd and 5, and now if they don't get the first down here, they will have to go for it on the ensuing 4th down play. So a 3rd and 5 coming up. Tiamu and shotgun back to his left. 3 receiving options to the right. They need the 42-yard line. Tiamu, play action looking to throw. Has some time, pass left side is intercepted. And this return past midfield, there's space. Past the 30 and finally out of bounds at around the 28. And there's going to be a penalty here against DC. So tack on another 15. It's Corey Mayfield with the INT. And the Kings are in business. And we'll finally see the Chandler Rogers-led offense for the first time tonight. Or today, whatever. And it'll be with excellent starting field position. That's either horse collar or just a late hit in general against DC. It's going to be horse collar tackle against DC. So the interception was returned to about the 28 of DC. Going to tack on, I believe, for the full 14 for that. Or full 15. So it'll put the Kings inside the red zone. And that's where the offense will have their first drive of this one. Tiamu was looking for Ty Scott. He severely underthrew that pass. There'll be ball on about the 14-yard line. Handoff up the middle is James Robinson up to about the 12 for the first play for this Kings offense. The Kings are off to a hot start in this. Corey Mayfield is having himself an incredible season. Leads the league with interceptions. That's his 4th on the year. His 4th in a matter of about 3 weeks. He's been having an incredible stretch. Rogers and shotgun gonna play action and keep it himself. Rolling left and gonna be sacked at around the 21-yard line. It is Curtis Jacobs on the sack. It'll be a 3rd and long now for the Kings. Yeah, as long as they don't turn the ball over, they're going to be able to capitalize off the interception here. But man, with how good of a starting field position this is, you want to be able to find the end zone. Rogers and shotgun back to his left. 3 receiving options to the right, looking to throw. Pass over the middle is tipped at the line and incomplete. And there's the official incomplete ruling. Took him a second to get that going. So the drive is a 3 and out for the Kings offense. After starting from about the 14-yard line, this will end at around the 21. And out comes Tanner Brown to try and give the Kings their first lead of the game. "39-yard kick from the left hash. Kick is up, and it is right down the middle. So Kings lead by 3, unable to fully capitalize off the interception, but they still take the lead. And they still have a majority of the momentum in this one, with 9:55 to play in the first. Yeah, the roller coaster this game has been so far for both sides. It has been something. So Louisville set to send this one down. It has been a hot start to this one. It cooled down a bit after the 14 points in the first 30-ish seconds. But still, off to a hot start. All right, kickoff underway. Going to be returned beginning from the 10. Base pass to 20, pass to 25, and brought down right around the 26. So DC will start from there. Now it comes Jordan Teamu. Or there's a penalty being tacked onto it. It's a blindside block against DC. They're going to push him back to start this one. Okay. Yo, what's up? What's up, T-Fox? Just responding to you now. The DM you sent. I saw that earlier, like the other day. It's tough. I don't agree with doing full season predictions at this point of the off season for the NFL, because we just don't know what teams are even gonna seemingly look like. Yeah, it's been a hot start to this game as well. So DC will start this drive from their own 14. Teamu in shotgun, back to his right. Gonna hand this off going left for Abram Smith, and that's gonna be a loss of about a yard. Yeah, I'm not someone that likes to do like so forward thinking predictions as to say like specific records at this point of the offseason for the NFL. This game is on ABC. Like division predictions, sure, I'll do those once the UFL season ends and everything. But like I like to see how the teams look like in the preseason before we dive into like exact record predictions. Teamu looking to throw in 2nd and 11, trying to step up, but time expires. He is sacked inside their own 10 at about the 8. It's Jalen Allen getting the sack, and DC has a 3rd and long coming up. Something I send you remove a point from DC? That's funny. No, that shouldn't have happened. That's weird. I need to dive into what rest ranking even means. I saw the Bills have like the 2nd highest. I have not heard of that before. 3rd and 16, Teamu looking to throw. Pass deep right side is tipped and intercepted again. Returned inside the 20, the 15, 10, and out of bounds at the 5. Back-to-back drives ending in interceptions. Louisville is on one. Mekhi Gardner is the one to pick this off. We'll be 1st and goal Kings. Sure, I was not expecting them to start off this hot, but here we are. It should have been caught. That is through the hands. Like that's enough. It's enough for the first. It's a good throw. It's just through the hands of Cornell Powell. It is a tad behind, but still, like that's a tough one for it to be intercepted. Maybe I'll have to look into it. Rodgers and shotgun gonna hand this off up the middle, and that is Ian Wheeler fighting his way to about the 2. That could be the case. I wouldn't be too surprised if that is the case anyway, because I would imagine that would favor teams playing a lot on like Thursday, or like not having a lot of Monday-esque games. So I'll have to look into it a bit. Rodgers in shotgun, play action, pass over the middle, but the play will be whistled dead. Penalty marker down. Tariq Black was wide open in the end zone. It's a false start against the Kings. Tough. Well, the thing with the NFC East is typically the same team does not win the NFC East twice. The Eagles broke that streak last year when they won the division again, but with how much change is seemingly going to be happening in Philly, I would not be surprised if they do have a rough season next year. I have to look at their full schedule. They do, and I do like their draft. Rodgers alone in shotgun, looking to throw in second and goal. Pressure comes quick and sacked. Back near the 17, wasted no time there. It is Brandon Smith instantly into the backfield. And it'll be a 3rd and goal from long coming up. Like, again, the Cowboys draft, especially their first round with Caleb Downs and Malachi Lawrence, it is a damn good draft. I kind of hate it because it means like the Cowboys are going to be good this year, and I'm going to have to watch a lot of Cowboys games, but I'm also fine with it because of Malachi Lawrence. Dump off right side, going to be caught inside the 10 to about the 9 for Isaiah Winstead. But it'll be a 4th and goal coming up. Yeah. Oh, Derek Roberson's slow to get up afterwards. I would love for DC to end up making championship, and I do think they will. But I mean, it took the NFL until it took the NFL what, damn near 55 years before a team finally played in the Super Bowl at their home stadium. It's just not that likely, sadly. I think it took the NFL that long for it to happen, then it happened in back-to-back years. All right, 28-yard field goal from the right hash. It's another basically 3 and out here for the Kings. Kick is up, and it's right down the middle. Louisville leads by 6. So unable to fully capitalize on the 2 interceptions, but they still have the lead, and their offense has yet to start from their own territory in this one. And we head to commercial break. Sure. For as good as Louisville's start has been, the offense is playing a bit worrying, which is what I expected. But if their defense is going to be able to keep this up, it's not going to matter. Yep, at commercial break. I would imagine that we're either not gonna have a ton of commercial breaks early on in this one, or we're just not gonna have a long halftime due to the weather delay. So with the UFL, they've already announced expansion for 2028. They want to add 2 more teams, OKC being one of them. I think Michigan will be the other. But yeah, I think now the idea is just, stay in these cities and in these stadiums if you can. Because one of the things with some of these markets and some of the case with the league so far is that there's been a lot of turnover year over year, not a lot of consistency. Like this is Houston's 3rd stadium in 3 years. So it's tough to build a fan base when you're constantly moving like that. So I think that's the idea. They want to stay in these places for the long term and show that they are here to stay. To the same degree, I want to see them like really target local marketing better. I was in Orlando for the first month and a half of the season, and there was I barely saw any marketing near UCF and near really where they should target. It feels, and I barely saw any marketing. So really get into the local markets more for marketing and trying to build that fan base. There's so much potential for this league, and we see it every week. The TV ratings are good every week. They have so far this year they've been averaging more TV viewers than the NHL did. So there's definitely a market for spring football. It's just they need to do it right, and I think they're on that path, but we'll see. I feel fine about the Miami schedule. Okay, this is not a year where I have a lot of expectations for the team. I know they're playing a tough schedule, and that is not going to be favorable for the majority of games. I'm happy there's not a lot of primetime games because for as much as I do like primetime football, Miami does not deserve any this year. So I'm just here for the ride. I kind of don't like the week 6 bye week, but oh well. I could see Miami winning 4 or 5 games on that schedule. Yeah, and I'm fine with Miami not having a primetime game. It means that better football will be on in that slot. Kickoff underway, going to be returned beginning from the 13, up past the 35 to 40 and down to about the 46 of DC. Finally, another good return. Yeah, I mean, that's crazy, but at the same time, I mean, I would rather a later bye week than an earlier one. That's just my mindset, though. Like, obviously, like, the ideal bye week is, like, the halfway point of the season, but I will always be in favor of a team having a later bye week than an earlier one. Because I think that's more so in their favor, especially if it's a team that is like a playoff team and you're pretty confidently is going to make the playoffs. That will be more so in your favor because you're going to be better rested for that playoff push. Tiamu play action looking to throw. Pass over the middle is tipped at the line and incomplete. There is also a penalty marker down on the play as well. Hello. Ineligible man downfield is a penalty against DC. It'll be 1st and 15 coming up. They've been, aside from that really hot start with the kick return and the 1-play touchdown, DC has not been playing the cleanest of games so far in this. A bit concerning, but we'll see. Tiamu shotgun back to his right, gonna keep it himself up the middle, and there's space past midfield. Gonna be brought down right around the King 47-yard line. So get the yards back from the penalty and then some. All right. So a 2nd and 5 coming up. Oh, is that Teamu still to get up along the sideline now? Yeah, Jordan Teamu was down. Oh, that's tough. How? Didn't it look too bad? It's a standard hit. Miami's schedule, I think, looks fine. I mean, we've known the opponents for a while now at this point, so I've kind of been prepared for it to be a tough schedule. I'm fine with the amount of like 1 o'clock games and everything, so I'm cool with it. I have no real expectations for this season. I'll be live with all the games anyway, so. I kind of like that there's no primetime games because it's going to allow me to be able to enjoy the end of a day. Yeah, so with Teamu being checked out on Teamu being looked at by the medical staff, is Spencer Sanders in the game for DC. Sanders in shotgun back to his right. 2 receivers to each side. Going to look to throw in 2nd and 5. Pressure comes quick and sacked. Back near their own 45-yard line. It is Cam Gill on the sack. He extends his league lead. And a 3rd and long coming up. He is. He's just their 3rd string. And enough. Last year was so much the Bills' year. I don't see him getting over the hump. Even in the new stadium. I mean, it's probably going to look nice, but I just can't see it. 3rd and 11. Sanders in shotgun, looking to throw. Has some time. Pass over the middle is caught by Ty Scott. Base past the 40 and down to about the 35, maybe the 34. There is a penalty, and this is probably coming back. It's offensive pass interference against Eric Ezukanma, and that was a clean one. Yeah. Well, again, part of it is like the week before he got traded, he had a play where he seemingly just gave up on the play. It was the goal line. It was the goal to go scramble that he slid right before the end zone on. That was always kind of just a dumb looking play. It led to him getting traded, and now it has led to him being the 3rd string on DC. All right, 3rd and 21. Yes. Jack Plummer is having the best season. He's been the most efficient. Sanders looking to throw, now going to take it himself up the middle for the design QB keeper, and he's going to get to about the 44. Yeah. I'm just not sure how with the resting how it would be calculated, because you need teams with negative, but you can't have negative rest days, so that's what I'm confused about. It might just be like projections based off of how many quarters they can seemingly rest their starters. Who knows? Again, I'll look into it after stream or something. I don't believe so. DC gonna call their first timeout before 4th and 14, as they have to go for it here. Yeah, and then that's always the case with the Chargers, though. It's just the injuries and also just eventually the collapses towards the end. I am curious on exactly how they're gonna be this year, but it seems like gonna be an uphill battle for them. Though the offensive line seemingly getting healthy is gonna be good as well. So 4th and 14, and Spencer Sanders is still on the field for them. Sanders in shotgun, back to his left. 2 receivers to each side, ball on their own 44. Tight end in motion left to right. Sanders, and there's going to be movement up front before the snap. They're getting that left tackle for a false start. It was a bit close, but they're going to get him for it. Yeah, like, the thing with Jack Plummer this year is week 1, he should have had like 3 or 4 interceptions. But Columbus shot themselves in the foot with penalties that week, so he only has 1 on the year. Yeah, Shannon Harris is not happy right now, and I cannot blame him. This has been a rough start for DC. Sanders looking to throw. Has some time trying to roll to his left. Still looking down the field. And just gonna eventually shovel past this one away, incomplete. It's a turnover on downs for DC. And the Kings offense still have not started a drive on their end of the field. They're going to have excellent starting field position once again. This Louisville defense has been everywhere, it seems. That Taco? No, it's not Taco Carlton, is it? No, Xavier Carlton. He was with the pressure there. I think it's Taco Charlton, that's what it is. Rodgers and shotgun back to his left. I mean, yeah, he was with the Panthers the past few years. He was already an NFL third QB. Like, him going back there would make sense. Rodgers handoff going right for James Robinson, going to be a gain of about 1 yard. Like, he had a one drive last week. We'll see what he's able to do in the second game today. He plays for Houston. So I would expect I would expect Houston has some packages for him, but to what degree, we'll find out. Rodgers quick pass right side, going to be low and incomplete. Looking for Tariq Black. 3rd and 9 coming up for Louisville. Louisville has -6 yards of offense, and they lead by 6. Welcome to the UFL. I would not be surprised if we see Max Brosmer at some point in this league. Rodgers and shotgun back to his left. Handoff up the middle. Going to have some space past the 30. James Robinson going to be brought down right around the 25. The first down pickup for Louisville. They finally are back to positive yards offensively. And it'll be 1st and 10 from the DC 25. Thanks to the pickup of about 14 or so for James Robinson. About time they've had a chunk play like that. Rodgers and shotgun back to his left. 3 receiving options to the left as well. Heading in motion left to right. Gonna hand this off for Robinson once again in their space. Gonna be tripped up right around the 16-yard line. He had green grass for the end zone, but he slipped on that field. So a 2nd and roughly 1 coming up. And they're going to give him the first. Ball on the 15. Rodgers and shotgun back to his left. 2 receiving options to each side. Going to hand this off up the middle for Ian Wheeler, and that's going to be stood up at the line for no gain. 2nd and 10 coming up. A minute to play in the first. Tiamu on the sideline, seeing how he feels. I expect him to be back in this game at some point. DC is going to need him. Rodgers and shotgun back to his right. 3 receivers to the right as well. Going to look to throw. Has some time. Pass right side is intercepted and brought down at the 10. It's Bryce Thompson on the INT, and DC's defense now setting things up. There is a penalty marker down as well. Shannon Harris is not happy with whoever this seemingly is. He is shouting at these officials. Are they going to call this on DC? Refs are discussing this. Is this going to be unsportsmanlike conduct against DC? Are they gonna start this off at their own 5? And Blandino is stepping in here as well. After the interception, there's fouls on both teams. One's a personal foul on DC, the other's personal foul on Louisville. So they were offset. The interception still stands. It'll be 1st and 10 DC from roughly their own 10-yard line. But that's the 3rd interception of this game already for both sides. And it is not even the end of the first quarter yet. It has been rough. It has been rough for these offenses. There's the penalty against... Okay, so both penalties are right there. You have Joe Wallace of DC hidden Chandler Rogers well late after the play ended. And then one of the offensive linemen of Louisville gets his quarterbacks back and lays a hit against Joe Wallace. It's Donovan West, the center. So Te'amu back in the game. In shotgun, going to hand this off going left for Xavier Valade. And that's going to be a loss of roughly 2. This Louisville defense is playing fantastic. And man, this is making me wish we had another matchup between Louisville and Birmingham to end the season. Why was that not a game that's played twice? How do you have 2 teams with horses for mascots and logos and not have them play twice a year? And when Te'amu was back on the sideline now after that one, he felt something was off. It's the end of the first quarter anyway, so 15 minutes in the books. It has been all special teams and all defense so far in this one. Louisville leads by 6 after taking pretty much until the end of the quarter to get their first down. The game started with a 41-yard kick return by Xavier Valade, a 54-yard kick return, followed up by a 41-yard touchdown pass for Jordan Te'amu, and then Louisville responded with a 92-yard kickoff return touchdown. Since then, it's been interceptions and a whole lot of defense for both sides. We're at commercial break for the end of the first. And yeah, again, it makes too much sense for to try and build that rivalry between Louisville and Birmingham, but guess not. I wonder what rivalries are they trying to build with Louisville then? If not the obvious. Because they've had Louisville play Orlando twice. They're gonna be playing Columbus twice. And I believe Dallas is the other one they're playing twice. Yeah, so maybe the Louisville Columbus stuff is what they're trying to do with the whole idea of, you know, the joke that Cincinnati is Kentucky. Maybe they're trying to lean into that, but I don't know. Doesn't feel right. I would just also would have much preferred Louisville and Birmingham going once more, as that game being for the final playoff spot would have been fantastic. I do as well. I just don't really like the color scheme of the Kings, but I do like their logo and everything. They have nice branding. It's just the colors are a bit off to me. I would have liked some more vibrant stuff. But what do you mean? Houston's one of those markets where it feels like it should work, but they just haven't nailed it quite yet. In part because, again, they have not been a team that's been staying in one location for a long period of time. Yeah. I think New Orleans will be back at some point. I just don't really expect it anytime soon. Or at least not for 2028. I think they're going to want to target another one of like that OKC type markets. Just getting back from commercial break. See what DC can do offensively. I believe it's going to be Spencer Sanders under center here. And yeah, Spencer Sanders in the game for DC. He's in shotgun, back behind him. 2 receiving options to each side. Gonna hand this off for Validate down the left side, and there's space for the first. Past the 20 and brought down right around the 24. All right. Yeah, but the league has already announced that they're not adding any teams for 2027. So they're going to be adding 2 in 2028. And they kind of do like a... Because I think the idea is they want 16 by 2032, I believe. Handoff up the middle, gonna have more space for Validate for the first down. Past the 40 and brought down right around the 43. Yeah, so they want 16 by... I believe it's 2032. It might be 2034. But I think the idea is they add 2 teams every 2 years, and then maybe like there's a year where they add 4. I think they've said that 2030 they might be adding 4 teams that year. So I think the next step after whatever the second team is in 2028 is to go west. Sanders pass right side is tipped and incomplete. Nearly another interception there for DC. Eric Garor gets a hand on that one. There's just so much missing potential out west for this league, and I think adding 4 teams out west in the same season would help with that. Because you put a team in San Diego, you put a team in either Seattle or Portland, you put a team in Utah, you put a team in Oakland. Those are the 4 right there. And I think each of them is high potential for great markets. Sanders going to hand this off up the middle, and there's going to be space for Validate to about the 48. Like, at some point, you need to go west, and I think the sooner the better. Third and 4. Sanders in shotgun, back to his left. 3 receiving options to the right, looking to throw. Louisville sends pressure. Sanders rolling right, buying some time. Still looking, gonna pass this along the sideline, and that's incomplete. Looking for Eric Ezukanma. The drive stalls out right around midfield for DC. And they have a choice to make here. I imagine they just punt this one away, considering how good their defense has been playing. You just want to send this one down. Play it a bit safer. Yep. Yeah. You have to go with that black and silver color scheme for Oakland. It makes too much sense. Though I could see them changing it up a slight bit. Penalty marker down. Punt comes off clean. Going to be returned beginning from the 6. Space out past the 10. Brought down right around the 15. But yeah, like I view San Diego and Oakland much the same way that St. Louis has been having success. Where it's cities that have had their NFL teams ripped away from them with seemingly no sign of coming back. So like putting teams back in those markets is a great way to try and bring back a fan base and to bring a fan base into the league. And then Portland would be similar to like the OKC market, where they haven't had any where they want more professional teams. This is a good way to show it. Defense and special teams is how Louisville is up right now. The offense has not been playing great. They are going to start from roughly the 21 thanks to an illegal motion penalty against DC on the punt. Rogers in shotgun, back to his right. 3 receiving options to the right as well. Going to hand this off going left for James Robinson, and that's going to be a gain of maybe a yard. Also, Jordan Teamu getting hurt is massively impacting this DC offense, but at the same time, he got hurt after Louisville took this lead. Penalty is holding against the Kings. So that's coming back. So 1st and 20. Rogers in shotgun back to his left. 2 receiving options to each side. Ball on their own 11. Looking to throw. Dump off left side. Is going to be caught by Robinson, but going to lose about a yard. It's Garyon Conley on the tackle for loss there. 2nd and 21 coming up. So 2nd and 21. Rogers in shotgun back to his left. 3 receivers to the right. Looking to throw once again. DC sends 4. Rogers pass deep right side is wide open for the 1st and more. It's Isaiah Winstead with the blocker in front. Gonna get past midfield and into DC territory at the 35. Pressure all in his face. Chandler Rogers still places a beauty of a pass. And just like that, Louisville goes from their own 11 to the DC 35. That's a beauty of a throw, even with like 2 or 3 defenders in his face. Yeah, that's a gutsy throw. And I think Winstead steps out of bounds around the 40. They're going to mark him out of bounds at the 45. Rogers in shotgun back to his right. Going to hand this off for James Robinson, and that's going to lose about 4 thanks to Bryce Thompson. All right. So 2nd and 13, they're ruling it. Rogers in shotgun back to his left. 3 receivers to the right, going to look to throw. With some time, pass right side, going to be a dangerous one, and that's incomplete. Looking for Caden Prather. Yeah. All right, 3rd and 13. Oh, Derek Roberson on the sideline for this play. Rogers in shotgun back to his left to get the snap off in time as he looked to throw. Pressure coming quick, rolling to his right, will take it himself. Gonna get out of bounds right around the 42, and that's a late hit being called against DC. There's penalties a flying as the bench is clear on the Louisville sideline. Joe Wallace with the late hit, gonna be called for this penalty and maybe even ejected if past games of this season account for anything with these late hits along the sideline. There's also gonna be a 2nd personal foul of this game alone. And there's still some talking shit there as Rogers looking to head to the huddle. Who is that DC player? Carlos Basham is the one who's still talking and shouting along that sideline, and even towards Chandler Rogers as he's trying to get back to the huddle. All right, what you got for me, Blandino? So yeah, the hit from Joe Wallace doesn't actually seem all that late. Okay, but then you need to add on the penalties from afterwards then. Just because that penalty there, just because the Joe Wallace hit isn't a penalty, doesn't mean all the other stuff that happened isn't. And I do think they still did tack on the other stuff. I think they announced those while Blandino was explaining the late hit. Yeah, it seems like it would be offsetting penalties. Refs are rediscussing this. I'm gonna raise the volume on this. So are they saying yes, fourth? So they're gonna respot it at the 42-yard line. So they picked up the late hit penalty there. But then again, all the other stuff afterwards, how are those not? Yeah, Kings call their first timeout. I do agree with picking up the late hit penalty because yeah, he hit him barely inbound still. But again, like there was like 2 or 3 other penalty markers coming in afterwards anyway. I'm shocked none of those. I mean, maybe they just offset and that's what it was. As both teams were going back and forth. We head to a commercial break with 9:03 to play in the half. All right. So at commercial break, it seems like Tanner Brown might be taking the field here. It would be a 60-yard field goal from where they at. His season long is 59. He can hit from 60. He has the leg for it. The question is going to be the accuracy. But we'll see. Should be coming out of commercial break here soon. Yep, at commercial break still. At commercial break. And I would imagine if a 60-yard field goal here would be fun. And I feel like Tanner Brown can hit it. Only thing is, it will be from the right hash. All right, just coming back from commercial break. All right, so Tanner Brown on for the 60-yard field goal. It will be worth 4 points. From 60 yards out in the right hash to put Louisville up by 10. He has the leg. He can hit from 60. He hit from 59 earlier in the year. Question is going to be the accuracy. Kick is up. It's on line. And it is good. The Louisville Kings become the second team to hit a 4-point field goal. Tanner Brown from 60 yards out. They lead by 10. Hell yeah. Makes this a 2-possession lead. That's a beaut of a kick. That's good from 62 or 63. He has still a plenty of leg on that one. A beaut. I mean, even before that, he's been on teams' radars because he's been I think he's been the most accurate kicker in the league. So he's already on teams' radar, and hitting that one was going to help him definitely. Kickoff underway, going to be returned beginning from the 10, spaced out past the 25, past the 30, brought down right around the 34. I actually just texted a friend saying that Miami should consider bringing him in for the kicker competition because he has more of a leg than both of Miami's current kickers on that roster. It's a beautiful kick. Okay, so Tanner Brown makes the third 4-point field goal in league history. He joins Matt McCrane as the lone 2 kickers so far to hit from 60 plus this season. McCrane, the kicker for this DC team. Tiamu and shotgun back behind him. 2 receiving options to each side. No, that's Spencer Sanders still. Handoff up the middle, going to be a gain of about 3 or 4 for Deion Jackson. Yeah, Tanner Brown has been fantastic this season. He's gonna be getting at least an invite to a training camp. Sanders gonna hand this off up the middle, and that's gonna be a gain of roughly 2 on 2nd and 6. Another ball is seemingly loose here. King saying they have it. There's a small return, and they're saying it's Kings football. A fumble by Deion Jackson, picked up by Travis Bell. And this Kings defense with their 3rd forced turnover of the game so far. With 8:11 to play in this. Sure, this Kings defense has been fantastic this game. And really the past 2 weeks. They're just on one. Now even again, the Kings have won 3 of their last 4, looking to make it 4 of their last 5. And with this defensive performance, Travis Bell legit steals that ball away from Deion Jackson. Like, it never actually hits the ground. He just straight up steals it from his grasp. This is impressive. I wish the Kings and Stallions played each other again. Because that matchup for the final playoff spot would be beautiful. Rodgers and shotgun back to his left. 3 receivers to the right. Going to look to throw. Pressure coming in. The ball's loose. DC's going to have it, it seems. There's a pile. We'll see who ends up with it. Initially, it looked like DC fell on it. Who has it at the bottom of the pile? Initially, it looked like Curtis Jacobs fell on it, but it seems like he didn't have full possession there. And there's the signaling. DC ball. At least that's one ref signaling DC ball. We'll see who ends up with it out of the pile. There's Curtis Jacobs coming away with it. They're going to say it's DC football, so back-to-back fumbles has DC with the ball right back. Oh, you should have just thrown it out. I mean, yeah, someone's there, but still, it's better than that fumble. It's Derek Roberson who forces the fumble, and seemingly Curtis Jacobs falls on it. Yeah. So Curtis Jacobs recovers it. That's now the 5th turnover of this game across both teams. And there's still plenty of time to play in the first half. This game has had everything. They're going to rule it DC ball at their own 44. Just chaos. Chaos abundant. So Sanders and shotgun going to hand this off up the middle, and that's a first down carry, gain of roughly 11 or 12. Going to get past midfield. It is Xavier Valade on the carry. NBA MVP can be announced tomorrow. First and 10, going to hand this off up the middle, and that's going to be stuffed at the line for no gain. Second and 10 coming up. Just under 7.5 to play in the first half. With the clock rolling. So second and 10. Sanders quick pass right side, going to be bobbled and incomplete. Looking right side there for Mason Fairchild. It'll be a 3rd and 10 coming up. 7 minutes to play in the half. So 3rd and 10. DC has crossed midfield, so they can no longer punt on this drive. Play clock winding down, and we'll see DC call their first timeout. And their second timeout. With 6:35 to play in the half. So at commercial break. At commercial break. Why is Stephen A. Smith on a Car Shield commercial? How much money do you get paid for that? All right. At commercial break. It's 3rd and 10 for DC when we get back. What was a very hot start for the defenders, the first 2 plays of the game, has since dramatically cooled off. We're nearing Mr. Freeze type of cooling off here. Depending on how the half ends for them. Though they're also like slowly approaching field goal range for Matt McCrane. He also has a great leg to him. And I believe the wind will be at his back as well. So he can hit from distance right here. Yeah, and I mean, and that's part of the risk you take with extending Achan and having him be the face. But I imagine that internally, the timeline for Miami is 2 years minimum before being like truly competitive again. And then ideally, like you're competitive from 2028 up until hopefully like as far as you can. And by then Achan will only be 26. So that's the mindset, I believe, because they've already said that for next off season they're going to be very competitive in free agency and a buying team. So we'll see. Penalty markers down before the snap here on 3rd and 10. Going to be offsides against the Kings. So it'll be a 3rd and 5 coming up. Now definitely in field goal range. Yeah, and that too. It is Achan is the guy to put people in seats because he's fun to watch. And yeah, Willis can definitely shock us. I'm not expecting him to like lead us to a surprise playoff spot or Super Bowl like Darnold or anything. My main thing is for him to prove to be the guy going forward and to get at least next season. I need to see him lead us to competitive games. I don't need wins this year. I need us to be competitive in pretty much every game. Obviously, there's some where I'm not going to be expecting too much competitiveness, like us playing the 49ers or the Chiefs and all that. But I would rather us go 3-8 in one score games than go 5 and then go like a total record of like 7 and 10. Like I want to see us play a lot of one score games this year. That's my idea for Miami. Because at the end of the day, like we don't have a lot of offensive weapons on the outside, and there's someone in this upcoming draft that would be a perfect fit in Jeremiah Smith. So that's a target. Malik Washington, I would say maybe Bell, maybe Caleb Douglas. I feel like those are gonna be the main 3, but I mean, I would more so say avoid Miami's receiver room than anything. DC has now called their final timeout before this 3rd and 5 play. That is crazy to have all your timeouts used up at this point. Sanders in shotgun, back to his left, 3 receivers to the right. Gonna hand this off up the middle, and that's gonna be seemingly enough for the first down. Xavier Valade on the carry. Nope, we're gonna give him the first. I'm also curious about just how Miami's offense is gonna look this year with Bobby Slowick as the OC. They're gonna be doing a lot of Houston's things, which could be good, but it's all gonna come down to it's all gonna come down to Willis and how the offensive line looks. Handoff up the middle on 1st and 10, gonna be a gain of 1 there for Valade. So just under 6 minutes to play in the first half. Yeah, that's fair. They're definitely Malik Washington. I would say is a safe bet for right now. Play action looking to throw, and Sanders is sacked well into the backfield there. That play stood no chance. Instant pressure from the safeties, Corey Mayfield and Jaheim Thomas. And it'll be a 3rd and long coming up for DC. Yeah, that was instant pressure. That was also Erica Garor in the backfield. Just everyone back there. So 3rd and 16. Sanders and shotgun. Back to his right. Gonna get a free play here. Sanders, pass right side, is well off the mark and incomplete. There is going to be an offside penalty against the Kings, so it'll be a 3rd and 11 coming up. Be like, Malik Washington is going to be the gadget player for Miami this year, as he was for last year. So that's why I trust him a bit. Caleb Douglas and I'm blanking on Bell's first name, but Bell as well will probably be the receiver 1 and 2. Because for as good as Tutu Atwell and Terrence Marshall and Jalen Tolbert are, I mean they're all 1-year guys that are probably going to have their chance for the preseason, and then depending on how they play there, they might get some snaps. But it is a team that wants to build with the young guys. Sanders going to take it himself up the middle on 3rd and 11. That's a gain of only about 2 or so. Oh no, you're good. You're all good. I appreciate the chatting with it. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, yeah, I agree with Ollie Gordon having a ton of upside. Yeah, I mean, if he can become that true running back 2, I think that's massive improvement. Because even last year, during times, he was more so just the power back for Miami. I would like to see him become that true running back 2. Because, Jalen Wright, for as good as he seemingly can be, he has not lived up to expectations yet. Matt McCrane on for the 51-yard kick. It is up, and it is right down the middle. The DC finally gets points for the first time since their first play of the game. Yeah, I'm good with all the chats. The point of all this is to do more than just simply call the game. Is to also have these conversations. Yeah, off to the side, I have a box full of cards. I think I have a Tony Dorsett rookie card in there. I plan to use those for videos in the future, just because it gives me ideas. $3.33 to play in the first half. Still only a 7-point game, despite how sluggish DC has been so far in this one. Kickoff underway. Going to be returned beginning from the 6. Base out past the 20. Brought down right around the 22. Yeah. If Ollie Gordon entered the draft right after that 2023 season, I believe is what it was, he would have been a top back taken. He was fantastic in Oklahoma State. His final year there just wasn't. It was him betting on himself and not winning it. But it's still he's still a really good potential as a back. I was at the game against UC where he played against UCF when they're in that Doak Walker season, which just didn't play great. That was a fun game to be at. Rogers handoff up the middle, going to be a gain of about 2. If it's something about this Kings team right now, they're getting hot at the right moment, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, and without Tiamu, they're not looking great either. Because without Tiamu, your passing game is non-existent. I would venture to throw in Jason Bean in the second half, just to see what he can do. Because you need you need the passing game to be there. You can't just run the ball the rest of this game. Rogers in shotgun looking to throw in second down. Pass right side, batted away and incomplete. The Kings are from Louisville, Kentucky. Again, they've been hot the past month. They've won 3 of their last 4. Find themselves right in that final playoff spot all of a sudden. Orlando St. Louis would be fun seeing that matchup again. with how both the Kings and the Stallions have been playing, I know it's unlikely, but one of them making the championship would be fun. Rodgers to throw in 3rd and 7. Pass over the middle is batted around and incomplete. 2 defenders nearly picked that ball off. Instead, it'll be a 3 and out. Yeah. Yeah, the injury to Jordan Ta'amu was going to be something to keep an eye on. Yeah, and Jason Bean played well through the first month, but at this point now, he's riding the bench in DC. I'd like to see him get some snaps in this game, though. Punt comes off clean, returns up to about the 37. Because you just need something more offensively. Spencer Sanders has not been able to do enough in the passing game. All right, we head to a commercial break with about 2:15 or so to play in the half. Yeah, there's a ton of guys in this league that I'm excited that I've been excited to watch play, and are still looking forward to them potentially hitting the field at some point. Again, John Rice Plumlee is in Houston. He had a good one drive last week for them against Orlando. Want to see him get a bit more action. True, yeah. Yeah. Which I want to say he made the right choice, but I don't know. But well, it's also like he couldn't have predicted all that happened with the Colts that did. So that's part of the unfortunateness with it all. Like the Colts for most of that season last year were a solid team, then the injuries aplenty hit them. And even then, like, who was their other quarterback on that team? Didn't they have a different rookie? Yeah. Up until that London game, seemingly. No, Andrew Luck retired in like 2019. Talking about backups that they've had. Riley Leonard, that's who it was. Yeah, that's what it was. Is Jason Bean lost out the job to Riley Leonard? Yeah, I don't blame Bean at all for taking the chance here. Because, like, you could not have predicted the Daniel Jones injury. The Anthony Richardson injury as well was a shocker when that happened. And then again, just Riley Leonard got the favor and as the 3rd QB. So it was either 4th QB or a chance to start in the UFL. Most people are gonna pick the UFL in that point. Just getting back from commercial break. These are some old highlights here. Harry Douglas, when he was one of the sideline reporters when he was in college, showing highlights of him as a member of the Louisville Cardinals. Hell yeah. All right. About 2:15 or so to play. Actually, might be 2-minute warning. Yeah. 1:49 to play. I'm off with the time. Jeez. Sanders pass right side. Going to be caught by Cornell Powell. Gain of roughly 9 maybe to give him the full 10. But that's Cornell Powell's first reception of this game. That's definitely someone you want to get more involved in the long term of this one. Gonna make it 2nd and inches. Sanders in shotgun. Back to his left. Gonna hand this off up the middle for Abram Smith, and that'll be enough for the first. Yeah, it would have been a cool story, but yeah, he was the first overall pick last year for the Memphis Showboats. So Louisville kept that his rights when they became the Kings. Handoff up the middle on 1st and 10, going to get past midfield for Abram Smith up to about the 46. Like he has potential, and part of the issue with his first month of play was just the accuracy issues. Like that's something he could work on for sure. So he's gonna get another chance at some point. Sanders rolling right, passed in right, gonna be caught down to about the 30. Eric Ezukanma on the grab. All right, the passing game is starting to open up a bit better here. Spencer Sanders is warming up. First and 10, Sanders in shotgun, back to his left, 2 receiving options to each side. Quick pass to the right for Eric Ezukanma, going to have space for the first down, seemingly. Gain of roughly 10. They're marking it a gain of 9 to the 21. Might say he got out of bounds there. Clock will stop with 36 seconds to play. And the Kings will call their second timeout. Okay, that's why it was a stoppage. A lot of these guys in this league have cool stories, one way or another. And then if they're able to make their way back to the league and have successful careers, it's even cooler. So 2nd and 1 for DC, looking to potentially tie the game before halftime. Kings get ball to begin the second half. Yep, Spencer Sanders still in. I'm curious about what the injury is exactly of a tail. I'm going to look that up during halftime. Sanders in shotgun, back to his left, 2 receiving options to each side. Handoff up the middle, going to have space for the first and more. Abram Smith inside the 10, spinning his way inside the 5. And the second effort push gets him in. The DC defenders are an extra point away from tying things up with 29 seconds to play in the half. All of a sudden, DC is right back in this. It did not take them long at all. Okay. Yeah, beautiful blocking up front. Beautiful blocking up front. Nice cut to get towards the outside, and it takes him a bit to get down. Abram Smith has always been a tough runner. What I was trying to think of there. Matt McCrane, the extra point is up, and this game is tied. All right. All of a sudden, this game's tied, and yeah, that's a great drive for Spencer Sanders and all around for DC. They've been needing a drive like that. That's a beaut. Let me see if I can find this Keamu injury. Was it being hip or leg? Oh, he has been officially ruled out at this point. Okay. Yeah, that's tough. I'm 29 seconds to play in the half. Yeah, I'm seeing it's. Yeah. I'm assuming a hip injury based off how he got hit there. Kickoff return beginning from the goal line. Space out past the 20, 25. Gonna find room to about the 30 for Ian Wheeler on the return. Yeah, Spencer Sanders, he's finding a rhythm now at this point. All right. What did the Kings decide to do here with 23 seconds before the half? They get ball to begin the second half, so they don't need to do a lot. Too many men in the huddle penalty is what they decided to do here. Cool. So 1st and 15. Yeah. It's been 10 unanswered for the defenders. As we approach halftime, there's the kneel. I'll get us to halftime. I'm curious about exactly how long halftime is going to be. As with the weather delay, are we going to have like a proper halftime, or is this going to be an expedited one? All right, teams are going to head to the locker room. I'll quickly be right back since we're at the half. All right. At halftime, reminder, at 3 p.m. as well, going straight into it, it will be the Houston Gamblers taking on the St. Louis Battlehawks. St. Louis looking to clinch a playoff spot with a win in that game as well. We'll go straight into it, one long stream for the day. Yeah. I feel like part of the reason why Louisville and Kentucky as a whole doesn't have any pro sports teams is because of how popular basketball and Kentucky basketball is in that state. Because come winter and come that time of year, there's not really any competing with Kentucky basketball. So that has kept the NBA away from there, even though it's a logical point. The NFL just hasn't viewed it as a big enough market to warrant trying a team. And so spring is the next best bet. They don't want they have some minor league baseball teams in the area, but they go for the UFL. Yeah, St. Louis losing the Rams sucked. But it's because of that, like on a somewhat bright note, it's because of the Rams leaving that we have the Battlehawks, and they're as successful as they are, and the fan base as passionate as they are. Like they eventually got a team back, although it's not the NFL like they wanted to be, but it's still pretty damn good. Yeah, teams are already back on the field warming up. There's not going to be a long halftime. St. Louis, we might be missing like the first few plays or so of St. Louis Houston because of this one. We'll see. It might. The NFL clearly doesn't view that way, and I think part of it is because of how close Cincinnati is to where they don't want to try it, because you have the Bengals right there in their mindset. It's close enough, even though I'm pretty sure it's a few-hour drive. They essentially view it as the region isn't large enough to warrant two teams competing for fans. It's not like a Florida where you can have three teams and all of them are, and like you have Miami and Tampa 2 hours away, Tampa, Jacksonville 2 hours away. You can't and still like have really passionate fan bases that feel distinct enough. It's weird. The way the NFL handles their team placement can be weird sometimes, but I kind of get it. I don't think there'll ever be a time where we don't have 1 p.m. kicks on Sunday. I think that's gonna stay. But I do agree that they are kind of, I wouldn't say ruining it, but they're kind of making the NFL football product less of, they're making it less regional focused. Is a way I can put it. By having all of these games, like having games on Wednesday, the multiple games on Thursday, the Friday stuff, and all of it, it's putting a more emphasis on the NFL being a national league, because all of those are properly nationally televised games. The 1 o'clock kicks and the 4 o'clock kicks are more so the regional side of the league still. And I think they want to slowly get away from it, but you can't ever fully get away from it just because of how many teams are in the league. Well, the Colts fan base is one where they probably aren't worried about that because of the history the Colts have. It's more so the Bengals fan base, I would assume, is their mindset for not putting a team in Louisville. It's because of like the ups and downs of Cincy being where it is. It is where it is. You want to keep as many fans. You want to keep a radius around Cincy properly for the Bengals. And even putting something that could even somewhat interfere with that radius is too much of a risk. Even though I feel like Cincy's also one of those teams and one of those fan bases that are passionate enough to withstand the Kings, a professional team existing in Louisville. The league's metrics are probably saying otherwise. Well, I think they play pretty close to where the University of Louisville is. But like that also doesn't fully matter because they play at different times of year. The only interference would be the spring game, but that's already passed. There's no conflict of interest there for scheduling games. All right, we got one more commercial break before we get to the second half, it seems. I mean, I would, if I could see that happening if not taxes. If the cost for a stadium there is cheaper than it is in Cincy. Because that's the same reason why the Chiefs are potentially moving out of Kansas City proper and into Kansas. Like and also why the Bears may be moving an hour or so down the road to Indiana. Is because it's cheaper taxes and all that. Cheaper taxes, cheaper stadium costs and all that. So it's possible. I could totally see it happening. But also since he's one of those teams where I think they're going to be staying at Paul Brown for a while, so we'll see. There's another team where I like to see them move like a small bit down the road, and that's Miami. I like the area. Stephen Ross has done a good job building up that area in Miami Gardens, but man, they need a new stadium bad. And if it means like moving 10 minutes west from Miami Gardens, I'm fine with it. And then yeah, that's true as well. Depending on what this era of Bengals football accomplishes, that's going to decide the future of Cincy. If it feels if because this is essentially take three of the same formula for Cincy. It went from Palmer Ochocinco to Dalton AJ Green to now Burrow and Jamar Chase. If this is the third attempt at the same formula of building a team, if it doesn't work this time, they need to switch something up. Even running back wise, like the Palmer Ochocinco era had Rudy Johnson and Cedric Benson. Uh, Dalton AJ Green had Giovanni Bernard and Bajarvius Green Ellis, and then now Burrow and Chase have Mixon and Chase Brown. Yeah, like they're very close. It's just actually being able to accomplish that has been their struggle. All right, just getting back from commercial break. Second half should be underway here soon. It's a loaded offense. Even Mike Gesicki as a tight end is a solid tight end option. Again, he's not the best blocker, but he has the hands. So it's just that the defense has been the issue pretty much since the Super Bowl, since right after the Super Bowl for Cincy. And losing Trey Hendrickson doesn't help, but if it means building around putting other guys on that roster and getting more people in for that same money, maybe it'll work. All right, second half about to begin, all tied up at 17. Here's like I liked Mike Gesicki in Miami. Like I wish things would have worked out for him here. It was funny because right before his last season in Miami and Mike McDaniel's first year, my parents got me a Mike Gesicki cameo video for my birthday. But by that point, I was already like, yeah, he's probably not gonna last another year in Miami. And when I saw them, I'm like, damn, that's funny. It was great, but like, man, kind of sucks. Like, I do like Mike Gesicki still. I wish he would develop his blocking skills a bit, but he's solid. For one, since he wants to do offensively, which is get Joe Burrow 5,000 plus passing yards, he fits nicely. I have a friend who's a Bengals fan who's also has also said similar things about me with Gesicki. Yeah, his brief tenure in New England kind of hurt, but it was also kind of funny. Louisville only has 56 yards of offense. What the? The fact that this game is tied at 17 is insane. That's crazy. At tight end is Greg Dulcich. He's our tight end one now. We drafted two tight ends. One is an international player program guy who we'll see what he develops into. The other is more so a blocking tight end from, I believe, A&M, might be Ohio State. Yeah, but even looking at Burrow's games played and everything, it's not like he's kind of injury prone. It's a weird situation for Burrow. Because part of it is them just having not fully built up an offensive line around him at times. The other parts have just been unfortunate circumstances, so we'll see. But there's no denying when Joe Burrow is healthy, it's hard to name. It's hard to name too many quarterbacks that are better than him. When he's healthy and everything's clicking, he is a top tier quarterback in the league. It's just how often do you get that level of play is the question. Yeah. Hey, they are setting up for a tank here. I saw this stat. It probably has changed since now because of more guys being signed. Towards like a week or 2 weeks or so before the draft, it's reported that Miami has roughly Miami signed about 35 players in free agency, and 33 or 34 of them were 1 year deals. So yeah, they're fully in a tank, in part because they have a ton of dead cap, so they can't really afford to be buyers right now. Like to sign 33 players to 1 year deals during free agency is funny and is really telling how they view this year. Because all of those guys is simply seeing, do they have enough to be long-term players? And then you extend the ones next offseason that you do view that, and then you become massive buyers next offseason because you're gonna have a ton of money opening up. So it depends on how Malik Willis plays. If Malik Willis looks good and is seemingly the guy for the future, Jeremiah Smith is my bet. If Malik Willis is bad and Miami has the first overall pick, right now is Arch Mannion, but we'll see how the college season progresses. I'm still sort of in the camp of Norris Sellers would be fun to develop and see what he can do. Second half kickoff underway. Going to be returned beginning from the 3, spaced out past the 20, past the 25, and brought down right around the 28. Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting college season for me because it's been a while since I've had to watch college football with the mindset of, Miami having a top 5 pick. So I'll keep an eye on everything. I'll have an idea for when the time rolls around. I am kind of shocked Dante Moore decided to stay one more year, but I also get the mindset of not wanting to play for the Jets. Rodgers in shotgun back to his right, 3 receiving options to the right as well. Ball on their own 29. Rodgers handoff up the middle, going to have some space to about the 34. Gain of 5 there for James Robinson. The ideal situation is Malik Willis shows the promise that they believe he has. And even if you are bad enough, you feel confident in Willis for the following year, and you can get a guy like Jeremiah Smith to be that receiver 1. Rodgers in shotgun back to his right. Gonna hand this off up the middle, and that's gonna be stood up at the line for no gain. Maybe fights for a yard, but not much else for James Robinson. 3rd and 4 coming up. All right. Rodgers in shotgun back to his right. 3 receivers to the left. 3rd and 4, looking to throw. Pressure coming, stepping up, trying to roll to the right. Still looking. Takes it himself, will be enough for the first, and gets out of bounds at around the 41. It's a gain of 6 for the Kings. Yeah, it's going to be tough to out-tank Arizona, though. That's going to be tough to do. With how their roster is constructed and the quarterback position, it's going to be tough to see them win more than 3 games. Rodgers in shotgun back to his left, looking to throw in 1st and 10. Dump off right side, caught by Lucky Jackson. Going to be a gain of only about a yard. The ball comes loose afterwards, but he's down by contact. Might rule the gain of 2. Again, I'm in a point where I want Miami to be bad, but I want him to be bad in a way to where it's not. It's bad in a way to where it's just bad luck instead of them actually being bad. Again, if we play in 12 one-score games, have us win 2 or 3 of those, but then lose the rest, because that would be a good sign for the following year. Handoff up the middle, going to have some space to about midfield. Might mark him down at the 49 there for James Robinson. Going to make it a 3rd and roughly 2 coming up. Going up tempo, Rodgers pass right side, going to be caught by Isaiah Winstead. Going to be enough for the first, inside the 40 and down to about the 35 of DC. This has been one of the better drives the Kings have had all game. That's a pretty good throw considering pressure is instantly in his face there. So 1st and 10. Rodgers in shotgun, back to his right, 3 receivers to the left, looking to throw once again. With some time, pass left side, a beautiful ball inside the 20 to the 16 for Lucky Jackson. The Kings are moving. This is a great drive to begin the half. They're firing on all cylinders so far. So 1st and 10. Rodgers in shotgun, back to his right. 3 receiving options to the right as well. Gonna hand this off, going left for James Robinson. Bounces off 2 defenders, but still can be brought down behind the line. Only for a loss of 1. Instead of the loss of what would have been about 3 or 4 initially. So a 2nd and roughly 11. Rodgers in shotgun, back to his right. 2 receivers to each side. Ball on the DC 17. Rodgers quick pass left side, blown up and incomplete. Yeah, I like it as well. It's something that they've been needing to do. After so long of the same attempts and keeping it together, like at some point you need to just tear it down. That was the case with massively the case with Miami. Like after 10 plus years, after 10 years of the same roster ideology and it not working consistently and to a level where you win a playoff game, it was about time to tear it down and get rid of Chris Greer. And then even before that, like dude, Miami was done with half measures as well. Because when Greer and Adam Gase arrived in 2016, Greer survived the Adam Gase era, he survived Brandon Flores, and then if he would have survived McDaniel as well, fans would have hated it even more. If McDaniel stuck around after the Greer era, fans would have hated it as well. Because from week 1, you knew that you needed to completely reset. And Arizona has been in a very similar spot. 3rd and 11. Rodgers in shotgun, back to his right. Gonna hand this off up the middle. James Robinson unable to find space, will maybe lose a yard here. Tua's injuries early on in his career, and even the one in college. His injury in college lost probably about half of his mobility skills. So from there, you're already very limited in what you can do offensively. So Tua has to rely a lot more on his arm. He can't get the same torque in his throws due to the hip, and then the concussions came in. The defense got decimated with injuries the 1 year Tua was really healthy in 2023. So that's why you lose the division that year. 2023 would have been the year. But you lose the division at the very end of the season. The injuries of defense piled up. The trades and guys you brought in, the contracts you gave them, they didn't really live up to it. As Tanner Brown just hit a 35-yard field goal, by the way. It's all decisions that worked in the short term, but you were trying to make those work long term, and it just wasn't possible. The biggest thing was Teron Armstead. Like, a lot of it depended on Teron Armstead when he was playing. Last year was his first year post-retirement, and things just were not the same. Because he was the biggest leader in that locker room. And with him gone, guys didn't show up like they used to practices and to meetings, and everything kind of just got way too lax. way too lax. Yeah, like that 2023 offense was beautiful. And I was at a local sportswear store, and I saw an old shirt on clearance. That was that was about that offense. The greatest show on surf is what it was being called for the majority of that year. Like everything was lining up damn near perfectly. Black Friday happened. Javon Holland got injured both his knees, and he hasn't been the same since. Jalen Phillips tore his Achilles or his ACL. He got injured that year, that game as well. And then Bradley Chubb gets hurt against Baltimore. Those three injuries killed the year. And it killed that era of Miami. It sucks, but that happens. All right, still that commercial break. At commercial break. We'll see what DC can do on their first drive of the second half. Just coming back from commercial break. Pretty solid drive for the Kings. Took up a good chunk of time. You get points to retake the lead. Oh, yeah, they would like to find the end zone at some point. Yeah, there was a brief window where they played together. But like Christian Wilkins seemingly now is not going to be able to find a home, which is insane to me. Kickoff return beginning from the 5, face out past the 20-25, brought down right around the 27-ish, 28. Like Christian Wilkins was a stud. Miami not retaining him sucked, but seemingly in hindsight it was a pretty good thing considering the injury he dealt with in Vegas and lack of effort, it's seemingly in rehabbing it. Xavier Howard was a weird departure as well, but he was also getting up there in age. And then Ramsey, I mean, at that point, once Howard was gone, Ramsey was by himself in that secondary, and we never really were able to build it up again. Like, there's definitely talent on defense, but again, I'm pretty sure Howard got hurt in the back half of 2023 as well. Like, it was all a mess that year. Sanders going to keep it himself left side on the read option, going to get a gain of roughly 2 up to the 30. But even with how everything ended and where we are now, I still look back on most of the McDaniel and Tua era in good light. Even though it sucks how it ended, and most of my reactions to last year's games were not the kindest. Like, it was still fun being a Dolphins fan during that era for the most part. Sanders pass right side can be caught for the first and then some, up past the 45 to about the 47. Kiki QT on the grab. I guess it also kind of helps that most of that era, like the peak of that era, was my first year in college. So I look back at that era fondly because of it. Sanders in shotgun back to his left. 3 receiving options to the left as well. Ball on their own 46. Handoff up the middle, going to be a gain of about 2. So second and roughly 8. Yeah, Miami's draft is seemingly really good and is a great sign of how they want to build this team going forward. It's a clear identity that was formed with those draft picks. Sanders pass right side, gonna be a great one-handed catch for Cornell Powell. Inside the 40 to the 37. That's a beautiful catch. Yeah, like the Proctor pick. The Proctor pick is the one that's like the most we have to wait and see for it. But I love the Chris Johnson pick. I love the Jacob Rodriguez pick. Those were two guys that were on my radar, but I was not expecting Miami to get. But I was high on them. Handoff up the middle for Abram Smith, gonna get up to about the 30. Like Chris Johnson, I was high on. I see quite a bit of Quinyon Mitchell in him. And then Jacob Rodriguez, I think, can be a stud. And the fact that both of them are in Miami is a perfect example of this being a different era and a different ideology than what was previously there. Because Chris Greer was not drafting either of those two guys. I'll go as far as to say that Chris Greer was not drafting any of those three guys, including Proctor. They're reviewing this here. Is this a fumble? When does that ball pop loose? Hold on. You can't get a clear shot at that. It is so fitting that Rodriguez got drafted by Miami because I don't think this was exactly his comp coming out of college, but he is a very Zach Thomas coded player. In terms of just being an undersized guy, but an undersized player, traditionally undersized player, that just has the correct mindset and the correct physicality that you want from a linebacker. Alright, yeah. Rule on the field is upheld. So a 2nd and 1 coming up for DC. Even some of the guys in the back half of that draft, like Kyle Lewis was a nice pickup from everything I've heard and other people talking about it. I didn't do a lot of looking at Kyle Lewis. Same with like Caleb Douglas. Yeah, he's been seemingly putting in the work. Handoff up the middle, gonna bounce it out right side for Xavier on Valade. Gonna have space for the first, and then some inside the 20 to about the 15, maybe the 14. Yeah, and it makes sense because Zach Thomas is his mentor over when he was with Texas Tech because they're both Texas Tech players. And then Miami's current main linebacker, Jordan Brooks, also a Texas Tech product. So they're just building that Texas Tech room. Forgotten legend, he made the Hall of Fame like 2 years ago. But I do get he is a legend that keeps to himself more so than anything. Valade handoff up the middle, breaks the tackle and gonna stumble his way in. DC retakes the lead. Beautiful running for Xavier Valade and the DC defenders, their first lead in a hot minute. Since the opening drive of the game, they lead by 3. Yeah. Yeah, like Zach Thomas, he keeps to himself for the most part. He's not one of those legends that like makes media appearances constantly. You see him in Miami for training camp though, which is nice. But yeah, he's someone that I would like to see honestly around the facility a bit more now, especially now that Rodriguez is a Dolphin. But we'll see. The extra point is up, and it is right down the middle with a penalty marker down there on it. So we'll see what this is. After the kick penalty, it seems. Oh, it's roughing the kicker against Louisville. They're going to enforce this on the kickoff. Okay. So DC leads by 4. Another surprisingly good offensive game for both sides, similar to last night. we head to a commercial break with 5:45 to play in the third. I saw that. Yeah. Yeah, he's up there all the time, Hall of Famer. Again, the main reason why you don't hear him mentioned all too often is because he is not in the public face often. He keeps to himself, and I like it. I respect it. He's not one of those legends where he does a ton of media stuff every year. He's on TV or anything like that. He retired and then just went, and he retired and just kept doing what he's doing. He's now one for the limelight, which I respect. Because a lot of the legends that that you do hear a lot about, you hear about them because either there's people in the media space that talks about them a lot. They're in the media space themselves. They make media appearances a lot. There's a ton of legends of the game that you don't hear about because they just simply don't bring attention to themselves. Which I want to do a video series about those guys and those Hall of Famers that are more so forgotten and those legends that are forgotten, but I need to curate a list before I do that. And I need to cross-reference some stuff with it. Yep, at commercial break. Yeah, and even Urlacher himself is on record of saying that Zach Thomas is probably a better player than he was, and that Zach Thomas should have been in the Hall of Fame a lot sooner. Like, Urlacher is fully deserving of the Hall of Fame. He was great when he played. But like, yeah, Zach Thomas did more with less. He was a 5th round pick, was viewed as undersized. He made the most of every opportunity that was given to him. He's a fun player to look back on. Yeah, just coming back from commercial break, DC set to send this one down. Kickoff underway, going to be returned beginning from the 2. Face out past the 15, past the 20, past the 25, and tripped up right around the 26. Yep, week 9 slate. Some pretty solid games. We have wait, what's that double header slate? Sunday at 4 p.m., then at 7 p.m. on 2 different networks. That's fun. That's a fun doubleheader slate, sure. Oh yeah, and due to the roughing the kicker penalty, they're moving them back to the 12th. Brett Favre's another one of those legends where you hear a lot about, but not for the right reasons. Kind of sucks. Rodgers quick pass right side, going to be caught by Isaiah Winstead and going to lose about a yard. Clock continues to roll. 5:20 and count into play in this one. At least in this quarter. Rodgers in shotgun, back to his right. 3 receivers to the left, going to look to throw. DC sends pressure, rolling to his right, will take it himself. Has space past the 20 and out of bounds around the 24. It's an 11-yard scramble for Chandler Rodgers. Picks up the first. He's been doing some impressive things in this. So 1st and 10 coming up. Rodgers in shotgun, back to his left. Gonna hand this off, going right, and there's space to about the 27 or so. A gain of 3 there for Ian Wheeler. Cool. So 2nd and 7. Rodgers in shotgun, back to his left. I like what the broadcast is doing with only focusing on their mics on the field. Handoff right side for Ian Wheeler, has space for the first. Bouncing off defenders and having more room. Inside the 45 and out of bounds right around the 47 or so of Louisville. Yeah, seemingly for this drive, for the rest of the quarter, the only audio that's being used on the broadcast is the sounds from the field mics and from the coaches' mics. Which, respect. So with 3:35 to play in the quarter, we have a brief stoppage. Seemingly someone called a timeout here, but no signs yet. It's a 1st and 10 for the Kings. Alright, no timeout called, I guess. Cool. There goes reset the play clock. Rodgers in shotgun, back to his left. Gonna hand this off up the middle, and that will get him to midfield just about for Ian Wheeler, a gain of roughly 4. So 2nd and about 6 coming up. Ruling in a gain of 3. 2nd and 7 coming up. Rodgers in shotgun, back to his left. 2 receiving options to each side. Play clock winding down. Gonna hand this off up the middle for Ian Wheeler. Gonna get a gain of about 6 or so. 3rd and 1 coming up. 2.5 to play in the 3rd quarter. Third and 1. The Kings have passed midfield, so they can't punt on this drive anymore. Rodgers in shotgun, back to his right. 3 receiving options to the right as well. Handoff up the middle, going to be enough for the first. Ian Wheeler fights his way inside the 40 and down to about the 37. Yeah, we're nearing the start of St. Louis, Houston. I might have to pull up another box for that and kind of do a dual call almost. As Garyon Conley is slow to get up afterwards, with 1:50 to play in the 3rd. Yeah, the league can't cut too deep into... The league can't cut too deep past 6 o'clock due to the NHL. We'll see how they decide to handle things. First and 10. Rodgers in shotgun, back to his right. 3 receivers to the right as well. Gonna hand this off going left for James Robinson. Has some blockers, gonna get out of bounds around the 33 or so. Alright, so St. Louis, Houston will begin on ESPN News. Got it, let me pull that up. Since this game's going to be running late past their time due to the weather delay earlier. Rodgers in shotgun, going to hand this off going left. It's James Robinson, going to be a loss of about 2. That's up now. Third and 8. Potentially the final play before the end of the third quarter. Just about 35 seconds and counting the play in the third. Rodgers in shotgun, back to his right. 3 receiving options to the right as well. Man in motion right to left. Rodgers going to look to throw. Pass over the middle is caught. Enough for the first inside the 25 to about the 24. It is Tariq Black on the reception. And the clock will roll. They can get this to the end of the third if they choose. Three, 2. Yep, that's the end of the third quarter. 15 minutes remain. DC, if they hold on to their 4-point lead, will be the second team to clinch a playoff spot. Louisville looking to come back in this one and be winners of 4 of their last 5. Louisville been moving pretty damn well in this second half offensively. A much better performance in their first half. Head into a commercial break. We'll see how this one wraps up. St. Louis against Houston going to be starting here soon. That one's gonna be kicking off here soon. We'll do a little dual stream with it. Won't have their stuff on up though. Alright, so at commercial break for the end of the third. The start between St. Louis and Houston will begin here soon. That game starting over on ESPN News as we await the end of this game over on ABC. But at commercial break. We'll be coming out of commercial break here soon. All right, just getting back from commercial break. Louisville ball on the DC 24. Yeah, I'm curious about how many commercials they're going to try and run throughout this quarter. DC, they hang on. They're in the playoffs. Rogers and shotgun back to his right. 2 receiving options to each side. Hand off up the middle, and there's going to be a gain of roughly 2. So 2nd and 8, can hand this off up the middle once again for James Robinson. Gets inside the 20 and down to about the 17. 3rd and roughly 3 or so coming up. So a 3rd and roughly 3. There's more so a 3rd and 2. Rogers and shotgun going to hand this off up the middle for James Robinson in their space. Inside the 10, fighting his way inside the 5, and will be brought down at about the 4. It's 1st and goal Kings. They have not found the end zone since their opening kick return touchdown. Since then, it's been field goals, including a 4-point field goal. So 1st and goal from the 4. Rogers and shotgun. Going to hand this off up the middle for James Robinson. Going to get brought down at about the 1. 2nd and goal coming up. Second and goal. Just under 13 minutes to play in this one. Rogers under center, back behind him. 3 receiving options to the right. Play action looking to throw. Rolling right. Has some time. Gonna look to take it himself. Chandler Rogers is brought down at the 2. Trying to dive for the end zone, but hit out of bounds. So a 3rd and goal coming up. I like the aggressiveness, and even him lowering the shoulder and trying to fight for it. Something that Jason Bean was not doing with the Kings. So 3rd and goal. Rogers and shotgun back to his right. Handoff up the middle for James Robinson. The 2nd effort push. No signal yet. It's close. And there it is. James Robinson is in to give the Kings the lead. Their first touchdown since the opening 92-yard kickoff return. And they lead by 2. With just under 12 minutes to play in this one. And there is a penalty marker down as well. Refs are discussing this. I just realized, because of the weather delay, Joe Tessitore got booted to ESPN News. That's your number 1 crew having to start their game on ESPN News, aka ESPN 8 The Ocho. That is tough. It is a personal foul penalty against DC. A sportsmanlike conduct is the penalty. Gonna enforce this on the ensuing try. So Louisville gonna still go for the extra point off of it. Kind of confusing, but okay. The broadcast is still emphasizing Plumlee being in Houston. Like, I get it, but we saw last week that they're not doing a 2 QB system. Oh yeah, the Kings were not set before that snap. Is DC gonna challenge this? Shannon Harris has every right to be pissed off right now, them saying they can't challenge that. Because that's a clear penalty against Louisville. That's not being called for some reason. Okay, but Blandino, you say that about false starts not being said, all that not being reviewable. Teams have challenged that before. Teams have challenged for false starts before. I feel like DC getting a bit screwed over here. That's a new rule change. It's kind of dumb. The extra point is up, and it is good. No, that's no good. It gets blocked. He misses it short. It gets blocked. But ball don't lie. That's all that is. Ball don't lie. DeAndre Baker blocks the extra point. That's a ball don't lie moment. That is ball don't lie, if I've ever seen it. So we head to a commercial break. Louisville only leads by 2. So at commercial break. At commercial break. Houston's getting ball first in that one, so we'll see that offense begin things. Kickoff underway in St. Louis. It's returned beginning from the 5 up past the 20, 25, past the 30, and brought down right around the 31 or so. So action is full go in St. Louis now. We still got about 12 or so minutes, 12 and a half to play in this one. Hunter Decker is taking the field for the Gamblers, to be expected. You played pretty damn well last week. Decker's in shotgun, back to his left. 3 receivers to the left as well. We're going Kevin Harlan in this one. Handoff right side, going to be a loss of about 3 or 4 to begin things off for Houston. Marcus Major on the carry there. I was going to pull up depth chart. No gain on the following play for Houston, due to the weather delay that was suffered in Louisville. In this game between Louisville and DC, the games are going to be intertwined in a bit for start times. So, just getting back from commercial break here between DC and Louisville. There's 11:59 to play in the game. It's a 3rd and 13 currently for Houston. There's going to be some movement up front before the snap. So a false start against the Gamblers. And we got to go makeshift a bit here for this. 3rd and 18 now for Houston. Deckers and shotgun back to his left. 2 receivers to each side. Tanner Brown on for the kickoff here in Louisville. Deckers looking to throw here for Houston. Has some time, stepping up. Looks to take it himself. Only gets about 2 or 3. Gamblers go 3 and out to begin the game there in St. Louis. Kickoff is underway here in Louisville. Return beginning from about the 6. Spaced out past the 20, 25, past the 30. Spinning his way down to about the 32 or so is Eric Ezukanma on the return. Gonna be doing my best Kevin Harlan impression now for the next 11:51 of game time here between DC and Louisville. Alright, punt comes off clean for Houston. There was a penalty during the commercial break against DC. They're gonna start this drive backed up a bit. Punt is returned out past midfield, past the 40. 30, 25 at 20, and finally forced out of bounds around the 16-yard line is Sean Fresh on the punt return for St. Louis. A great return, going to put the Battlehawks in great starting field position. Meanwhile, DC starting backed up in their own territory. Down by 2, a win, and they clinched the playoffs. Ball beginning on their own 18. Sanders and shotgun back to his left. 3 receiving options to the left as well. Big time drive here for the defenders. Also missed when they called the first time out there. Sanders looking to throw. Pump faking. Now takes it himself up the middle. Going to be a gain of only about a yard. Perez and shotgun back to his right. 2 receiving options to each side. Ball on the Houston 19. And there will be a penalty before the snap. A false start against St. Louis. It was 1st and 15 now from the Houston 24. 11.5 to play in the game here between DC and Louisville. 2nd and 8 coming up for DC. Sanders and shotgun back to his right. 2 receiving options to each side. Looking to throw. Has some time. Rolling left. Going to be sacked back near the 11. Perez's quick pass left side going to be brought down at the line of scrimmage. It's a 3rd and long coming up for the defenders. This Louisville defense has been unstoppable in this one. They've been playing fantastic. Perez alone in shotgun. 3 receivers to the right, 2 to the left. A 2nd and 16. Looking to throw. Dump off right side. Going to be caught by Stephen McBride. Past the 15 and down to the 14. Sanders looking to throw in 3rd and 15. Launching one deep. Left side. Going to be overthrown and incomplete. Cameron Datzler in coverage. Looking for Ty Scott. The defenders go 3 and out on a big time drive here, down by 2. So Kings will get the ball back. Looking for Ty Scott on the deep shot. Maybe a bit of a pull in there for Ty Scott. Oh well. Perez alone in shotgun. 3 receivers to the left, 2 to the right. 3rd and 5 looking to throw. Perez pass right side for the end zone is incomplete. DC punting from deep in their own territory. It comes off clean. Return beginning from the 35. Past the 40, cutting out left side, pass for the 45, past the 50. Past the 40 and finally going to be brought down right around the DC-owned 39. So a great return for Lucky Jackson. Puts the Kings in business. Out comes the field goal unit for St. Louis to try and get an early lead here against Houston after going 3 and out on their first drive despite the great field position. 32-yard kick from the right hash. It is up and it is right down the middle. So St. Louis leads by 3 early on in that one against Houston. That would be going to a commercial break. So 1st and 10 Louisville trying to go a long way to closing this one out with a good drive here. Rodgers in shotgun back to his right. 3 receiving options to the left. Gonna hand this off for Ian Wheeler, and that's a loss of about 2. Maybe 3. So 2nd and 13. Rodgers in shotgun back to his left. 3 receivers to the right, looking to throw. Pass over the middle is caught inside the 30 and down to the 28. Going to be a 3rd and roughly 3 coming up. Tariq Black on the reception. So 3rd and roughly 3. Rolling into 3rd and 2. Rodgers in shotgun back to his right. Handoff up the middle. Going to be enough for the first. A gain of roughly 3. Down to the 24-yard line of DC, and time will continue to run. So 8 minutes to go in this. Rodgers in shotgun back to his right. Play action looking to throw. Pass over the middle. Wide open. Isaiah Winstead. The Kings are up by 8. Too easy. 24 yards out, and the Kings up by 8, looking to get their first win at home on the season and become winners of 4 of their last 5. They have been playing fantastic in this one. This is a really impressive game for the Kings, much like how last week was also impressive for them. I would still probably venture to say last week was a bit more impressive because Teamu did not get hurt in that game, but still. Like, that's too easy for Rodgers and Winstead. The extra point to put them up by 9, it is up, and it is right down the middle. So it is still a 1-score game. As kickoff is underway from St. Louis, going to be returned beginning from the 10. Base out past the 25, past the 30. Brought down right around the 34, so Houston will start from there. Kings lead by 9. And we head to a commercial break in the... In shotgun back to his right. 3 receiving options to the left over here for Houston is Hunter Deckers. Pass left side, going to be caught past midfield and out of bounds right around the 46. Lawrence Keys on the grab. Again, the weather delay got in the way a bit for some of the things, but we're making do. I've watched enough Kevin Harlan called games to understand this. him calling both games in 2019 for the Patriots, Dolphins, and Chargers Chiefs was really fun. I've made jokes about having to do that before, but now I'm actually having to do it. There's a Battlehawks still to get up afterwards on that play. Yeah, it's been some good UFO football. This game has been really great. We'll see what St. Louis Houston can do. So far, it's been it hasn't been a long time into this game, but it's been okay. But this game started off pretty much on crack. 3 plays that were all explosive. It's crazy. Deckers and shotgun gonna shovel past this one forward. Have some space along that right side. Gonna be a gain of about 2 or 3. That is Jalen Moreno-Cropper on the reception there for Houston. And again, this game is running long due to the weather delay to begin things. So, Battlehawks and Gamblers over on ESPN News to begin things. So, I'm doing a dual call for that real quick until this game wraps up. And then we'll put full focus over on Houston and St. Louis. Deckers pass over the middle, gonna be caught for the first. Down to about the 33. That's a great catch from Moreno-Cropper. A great throw from Hunter Deckers. Still that commercial break between DC and Louisville. Deckers and shotgun back to his left. Going to look to throw once again. Pressure coming. Pass right side. Caught inside the 20 and out of bounds around the 18 is Moreno-Cropper once again. Just getting back from commercial break here between DC and Louisville. You're interviewing Isaiah Winston on the sideline as we await the kickoff after the Kings took their 9-point lead. What's been a solid game for this Louisville offense. Deckers and shotgun back to his left. 2 receiving options to each side. Ball now on the 18. The first time in the red zone today. Play action. Deckers rolling left. Going to take it himself. Past the 15 and out of bounds around the 11. 7:43 to go in the fourth quarter here between DC and Louisville. DC needing a comeback to be able to clinch the playoff spot. A win and they're in. Down by 9. Still a 1-possession game in this league. Kickoff underway. Tanner Brown sends it down. Going to be returned beginning from the 6. Out past the 20, 25, past the 30, and brought down right around the 32. Deckers and shotgun going to hand this off going left, and that's going to be fighting for roughly a yard. Marcus Yarns on the carry. Going to make it a 3rd and 1 there for Houston. And there's some pushing and shoving going on between Louisville and DC in this one. It's been getting a bit chippy. This might end up being a good rivalry for the league. Surprisingly, it's getting chippy. And it's getting loud in Louisville. The cameras are shaking on the broadcast. Jeez. Deckers and shotgun back to his right. 3 receivers to the right as well. 3rd and 1 looking to throw. With some time, pass right side can be caught with space inside the 5 and down to the 4. It is Cam Sutton on the grab for Houston. Sanders and shotgun back to his left for DC. Gonna hand this off up the middle. Bouncing out right side now is Xavier Valade. Down to about the 39-yard line. A gain of roughly 6. Deckers and shotgun back to his left. 3 receivers to the left as well. 1st and goal for Houston from the St. Louis 4-yard line. Deckers looking to throw. Pass back of the end zone is off the mark and incomplete. There is now a penalty marker down as well. 2nd and forward for DC. Sanders and shotgun back to his right. 2 receiving options to each side. Handoff up the middle. Going to be space past the 45, past midfield, and brought down right around the Louisville 49. Penalty was against Houston. There's going to be a 1st and goal. I believe there was an eligible man downfield. 6:45 and counting to play here in Louisville. 7 minutes to play in the first half, in the first quarter between Houston and St. Louis. We're calling both games. Sanders and shotgun back to his right. 2 receiving options to each side. Ball just past midfield. Going to hand this off up the middle. Space to about the 45, maybe the 44 there for Xavier Valade. Deckers' quick pass to the left is going to be caught, but there's a penalty marker down once again. It's a gain of only about 4 or so for Houston. It's offside against St. Louis, so it'll be pretty much right back to the first and goal from the 4-yard line for them. It's a gain of 5 officially here for Xavier and Valade, 2nd and 5 coming up. 6 minutes and counting to play in the game. Down by 9, they need to score and get the 3-point conversion attempt just to keep the game tied. Sanders in shotgun back to his right. 3 receiving options to the right as well. Play action looking to throw. With some time, rolling right, still looking. And gonna throw this one away and come. No, it's intercepted along the sideline. It's picked off by Louisville, their 3rd interception of the game. And that might be it. Trying to throw it away, didn't throw it out there enough, and Steel Chambers gets the interception. Meanwhile, over in Houston, Dontre Kirkland with the touchdown grab for the Gamblers. They take a 3-point lead. But Steel Chambers, the toe tap, it's the 4th forced turnover of the game for this Kings defense. And with 5:43 to play in this one, up by 9, they can just focus on running the clock out as much as they can. The extra point in Houston is up, and it is good. Rodgers in shotgun back to his right. Play action pass right side, tipped at the line and incomplete. Steel Chambers. My oh my. This Kings defense is playing incredible right now. Rodgers in shotgun back to his right. 3 receivers to the right as well. Handoff up the middle for James Robinson, going to be a gain of only about 3 or so. St. Louis and Houston's at commercial break. Yeah. It is a shocker. DC is about to lose back-to-back games, both against the Kings. And the Kings will be only a game back of a playoff spot now. Depending on what happens with Birmingham tomorrow, the Kings might be in the playoffs come the end of the week. 3rd and 7, Rodgers in shotgun back to his left, 2 receivers to each side. Going to look to throw on 3rd and 7, pass right side, going to be caught by Tariq Black. Makes one man miss and going to fall forward to about the 44-yard line. Will be enough for the first. Jordan Teamu getting hurt was the difference. Maybe not entirely the difference, but on the season as a whole for the defenders, it's gonna be the difference. Rodgers gonna hand this off, and that's James Robinson gonna lose a few. Well, but again, in this game, maybe reason why I say maybe not for this game is because he did throw 2 interceptions in this one early. Obviously, like, there's the what if he didn't get hurt and all that, but like, I don't know, with how Louisville's defense has been playing in this one so far, I think it's safe to say that for this game specifically, it's not going to change a lot, but for the season as a whole, it definitely is going to change the outcome. But we'll see in between weeks exactly to what degree he's hurt. But it's going to be a story to keep an eye on. All right, Derek Parrish is slow to get up here for DC. With 3:41 to play in the game, Houston and St. Louis is just getting back from commercial break after a beautiful drive from Hunter Deckers gives them the lead. Yeah, it's been a damn good game. Also, like, some of the penalties DC has had today have not been great. Some of the other stuff involved with this one, like, it feels like this game has just been against DC from the jump. Yeah. Depending on what happens tomorrow. I love the idea of Louisville making the playoffs. Rogers and shotgun going to hand this off the middle on 2nd and 13. Ian Wheeler would get those 3 yards right back. So it's a 3rd and roughly 10 coming up. Kickoff underway in St. Louis. Houston sends it down, going to be muffed and picked up at the 5. Initially, it was going to be a touchback. Only returned up to about the 20. So they lose about 20 yards on the kick return there for it being muffed. And out comes Luis Perez. More so a 3rd and 11 here for Louisville. Spencer Sanders looking on, hoping to get one more chance. Handoff up the middle for Ian Wheeler. Going to get up to about the 49-yard line of DC. Not enough for the first, but it will make it a 4th and relatively short and make it so Louisville has to go for it, as they need to snap the ball one more time before the 2-minute warning. Perez in shotgun, back to his right, 2 receivers to each side, ball on their own 21. Perez pass right side, going to be caught, and that's Stephen McBride up to about the 27 or 28-yard line. 4th and 3 for the Kings. Rogers in shotgun, back to his right. 3 receivers to the right as well. Play clock winding down to get the snap off in time. And now there will be a stoppage for the snap, apparently. Kings call their first timeout. Perez in shotgun, back to his left. 3 receivers to the left as well. Handoff going right there for Jarvion Howard will be enough for the first, a gain of roughly 4. 2:09 to play in this one. And pretty much unless DC can make the stand here on 4th down, it's not going to be looking all too bright for the defenders. Perez in shotgun, back to his right. 3 receivers to the left. Ball now on their own 32. Perez looking to throw. Pressure coming, rolling right, buying some time. Still looking, going to pass this along the sideline. That's caught by Howard with space. Past the 35 and finally brought down right around the 34. That's a great throw and catch there for St. Louis. My God. That should have not been caught at all, but St. Louis is now deep into Houston territory. 4th and 3 for Louisville. Rogers in shotgun, back to his left. 3 receivers to the left as well. Ball in the DC 49. Rogers looking to throw. Pass left side is off the mark and incomplete. DC stays alive with 2:05 to play. And I think Howard was out of bounds there. Actually, that might be coming back. Yep, illegal touching against St. Louis. That play's coming back, sadly. Was a great throw and catch, but was out of bounds initially. So, turnover on downs here for Louisville. DC going to have a bit of life. What can they do with it? They have one more play before the 2-minute warning. 5 minutes to play in the first quarter between St. Louis and Houston. Perez in shotgun, back to his right. 3 receivers to the left. Ball on their own 32 for 2nd and 10. Perez pass left side is intercepted, and it's a pick 6 for the Gamblers. Meanwhile, Sanders in shotgun, back to his right. Looking to throw in 1st and 10, pass left side, Kapa Ezukanma. Up to about the Louisville 41. Luis Perez throws a pick 6. Dude, is that Damon Arnett? No, it's Kerry Vincent. Gets the pick 6 for Houston. They lead by 10. With 4:40 to play in the first quarter. We've reached the 2-minute warning from Louisville. DC needs to score and get the 3-point conversion to tie things up. But first, a commercial break. And Houston's defense with a big-time pick 6. And out comes John Hoyland for the extra point. It is up, and it is good. Wow. The amount of times that stuff's happening in both of these games right now. I was hoping for a bit more of an offset, but oh well. That's a great play by Kerry Vincent. He read that perfectly. That was a beautiful jump on the outbreaker. Yeah, that's a beautiful play by Kerry Vincent. Jeez. So Houston's in business in St. Louis right now. What's up? We have 2 minutes left in Louisville and DC. This game's running late due to the weather delay at the beginning of it. So for the time being, that's the graphics and everything. I'll have to decide here. I have Houston and St. Louis going on. So we're pulling a Kevin Harlan right now. Kickoff underway here in St. Louis. We're turned up to about the 25, maybe the 30, 31 or so. How does Luis Perez bounce back after just throwing a pick six on like the second play of that? It went from a close to 50-yard pickup for St. Louis being called back due to an illegal touching penalty to then a pick six being thrown. So talk about a roller coaster of emotions there. As St. Louis with a win clinches a playoff spot. Perez in shotgun back to his left, 3 receiving options to the right, man in motion right to left. And off up the middle, gonna have space for a gain of roughly 9. Is Kylan James on the carry. Perez in shotgun back to his right, gonna hand this off up the middle, and that's Kylan James once again, gonna be enough for the first, a gain of roughly 4. And we're just getting back from commercial break here between DC and Louisville. The final 2 minutes. DC with a chance to tie this game up if they can play this damn near perfectly. Yeah, this game has been up and down aplenty between Louisville and DC. Perez handoff left side for Kylan James, going to be a gain of only 2. 2nd and 8 coming up there. With the 3-point conversion attempt, this is still a 1-score game. They just need to find the end zone. 2nd and 1 for DC. The second time. Sanders in shotgun back to his right. 3 receiving options to the right as well. Handoff up the middle, going to be enough for the first. Fighting his way past the 35 and down to about the 34. St. Louis goes 5 wide. Perez looking deep left side, going to be just off the mark and incomplete. Looking for, I believe that's Gary Jennings, the intended receiver. 1st and 10 now for DC. They go up tempo. Sanders in shotgun back to his left. Looking to throw in 1st and 10. Pass over the middle is tipped in the air and incomplete. Looking for Cornell Powell. 2nd and 10 coming up. 1:47 to play in the game. Perez in shotgun back to his right. 2 receivers to each side. Ball on their own 46-yard line for 3rd and 8. And there will be a penalty before the snap. Going to be a false start against the Battlehawks. 2nd and 10 for DC. Sanders in shotgun back to his left. 3 receivers to the right. Ball on the Louisville 32. Sanders looking to throw. Stepping up, rolling left, will take it himself. Past the 25, past the 20, and lowering the shoulder down to the 17. Oh, DC's in business here. Perez alone in shotgun. 3 receivers to the right, 2 to the left. DC goes up tempo. Ball on their own 41 after the false start. Perez looking to throw. Sanders in shotgun back to his right. Perez pass left side, going to be caught by Akeem Butler for the 1st and more. Sanders, handoff up the middle, going to be space inside the 15 and down to about the 12 for Abram Smith. We're making do here. St. Louis now ball on the Houston 43. 2nd and 4 here for DC. Sanders in shotgun back to his right. 2 receivers to each side looking to throw. Has some time, rolling to his right to buy more. Pass dump off right side for Smith. Inside the 5 and down to the 3. Perez's pass on 1st and 10 going to be incomplete. So 2nd and 10 coming up there for St. Louis. It's 1st and goal DC. Down by 9. A chance to tie the game late. There is a different onside kick as well if need be, and there will be a stoppage here briefly. Perez in shotgun back to his left, 2 receiving options to each side. 2nd and 10, going to hand this off up the middle, and there's space. Jarvion Howard for the first down, and finally tripped up right around the 30-yard line of Houston. 1:15 to play in the first quarter in St. Louis. I believe we had someone calling a timeout there in this one, but DC called their second with 59 seconds to play. It's 1st and goal for the defenders. Perez in shotgun back to his right, going to hand this off up the middle on 1st and 10. Bouncing now left side for Jarvion Howard is a gain of roughly 3. 59 seconds for the defenders. You have 4 shots towards the end zone. Sanders in shotgun back to his left. They have extra linemen on the field. Ball on the 3-yard line of the Kings. Sanders, handoff, Deion Jackson going to be stuffed at the line for no gain. Perez's dump off right side for Kylan James, going to get inside the 20 and down to about the 18. That'll be the end of the first quarter between St. Louis and Houston, as the clock continues to run here in Louisville. 40 seconds remain. 2nd and goal defenders. Sanders in shotgun back to his right. Extra lineman in the game. Man in motion left to right. Handoff. Deion Jackson. The second effort is in. DC within 3. It will come down to the 3-point conversion attempt. Down by 28. Down by 3 with 28 seconds to play. The DC defenders have a chance. Even if they don't get this, they can still go for the 4th and 12 conversion attempt for the onside kick and win with a 4-point field goal, which we know they can hit. It borderline comes down to this. Again, they can go for the 4th and 12 afterwards if they don't get it. From the 8-yard line, 3-point conversion attempt. Sanders in shotgun, back to his right. 3 receivers to the right as well. A playoff spot on the line. Sanders looking to throw. Pressure coming, rolling right. Still looking. Pass for the end zone. Back of the end zone's just too far. Had a wide open Eric Ezukanma, but it's incomplete. Threw it just too far out of bounds. It was there. DC had the tie. Instead, it'll come down to a 4th and 12 for the onside kick. It's there. It's a good play call. It works. Sanders just put it too far outside. That's a tough miss. Just too far outside. And now the game comes down to a 4th and 12 from their own 28. Hopefully this ends before the start of the second quarter between St. Louis and Houston, because I'm not going to be paying attention to that game right now. We're still at commercial break for the end of the first quarter in that one, so don't have to worry about it right now, but we'll see. In a nicely filled up Lynn Family Stadium, Louisville leads by 3. It's a 4th and 12 for DC. The UFL has this instead of the onside kick. It's 4th and 12 from their own 28. So they need to get past the 40. If they get roughly 30 or so yards, they're in the 4-point field goal range for Matt McCrane. Plus the wind is to their back. Sanders in shotgun, back to his left. 2 receivers to each side. All comes down to this. Man in motion left to right. Those three receivers to the right for DC. Sanders looking to throw. Pressure coming. Pass over the middle is low and incomplete. The Louisville Kings hang on, and DC will need to wait one more week to clinch the playoffs. There's going to be a desperation challenge here for DC, but as it sits, the Louisville Kings sweep the season series with the defending champs, as St. Louis lost 4 on their first play of scrimmage in the second quarter. DC's going to do a desperation challenge here. This is to keep the game alive. They're saying there should be a defensive pass interference here. Meanwhile, Perez in shotgun, looking to throw in 2nd and 14. Pass over the middle for the end zone's a dangerous ball. That's incomplete. Into double coverage. 3rd and 14 coming up. Here's the challenge. Saying it should have been DPI against Louisville. I don't see anything. Are they saying he got there early, potentially? Is that what they're thinking? Yeah. There's a bit of a jersey tug. Perez looking to throw on 3rd and 14. Pressure coming and sacked. I just don't think it's... that ball isn't catchable for that to be really worthwhile penalty, though. Yeah, DC gonna lose the challenge, and the Louisville Kings win their first game at home on the season. They're winners of 4 of their last 5. They defeat the defending champs by 3, and they knock them off in back-to-back weeks. 44-yard field goal attempt from the right hash for St. Louis is up, and it is good. They're down by 8, with 13:06 to play in the first half there. The Louisville Kings, after a very rough start to the season, an 0-3 start, have won 4 of their last 5, and currently sit in that final playoff spot pending the results of tomorrow's game between Columbus and Birmingham. This was a great one, even with the weather delay. It came down to the very end. This was a great game. And the Louisville Kings all of a sudden are talking business. Chris Redman has massively improved as the year has gone on. This entire Louisville team has improved since Chandler Rogers took over as the starter. It's been a great year for them. That wraps up here against Louisville. I'm gonna wait for a commercial break before massively changing a lot of things with the stream. As kickoff is about to be underway here after the St. Louis 44-yard field goal. There we go. Back up to here so I can close that. All right, I'm going to begin the process, though, of adjusting some things with this. Kickoff underway. Kickoff can go out of bounds. Houston will begin from the 40. I'm going to need to get a drink as well during halftime or something. I'll do that, whatever. All right, as this drive goes on, we'll be changing some things with the stream setup. That way you can see the score and everything. Is Plumlee in the game for Houston. Dump off right side for the halfback screen. Gonna lose about 5. Not a great start. Is Kurt Merritt in the game for Houston? I haven't seen him in a while. As well, running back. Okay. All right, so Plumlee in shotgun, back to his left, 2 receiving options to each side. Going to play action and look to throw. Pass left side, going to be caught for a gain of only about 2. All right. There. All right, so Plumlee in shotgun. Here's that stuff change. Do the score next. Plumlee, play action looking to throw. Pass right side, going to be off the mark and incomplete. Ball gets tipped a bit there as well. All right, so a 3 and out for Houston. We're going to keep it like this. I'm changing everything middle of this. Yeah, he gets hit. Plumlee takes a big hit there, but I imagine he can shake that off. All right, punt comes off clean for Houston. Their second 3 and out of the game. Going to be fair caught at roughly the 19. All right. They're going to be seeing the screen covered here for a sec as I adjust things with this. Didn't have time to do this before the game started, but it's fine. There we go. And we had to do commercial break in this one as well. Nice. All right. So a great finish to DC and Louisville. Let's see if St. Louis and Houston can compare. So far, Houston been a bit of a surprise in this game, playing decently well. Defense doing their job. Offense had one great drive. Can things continue? Can things continue? All right, and that's the final change. There we go. Everything's set up now. Welcome in everyone who's here for Houston and St. Louis. DC and Louisville was a great finish. Let's see if this one can live up to being the next game on the docket for the doubleheader. As we're still at commercial break after the 3 and out for Houston. So I'm kind of shocked that we saw John Rice Plumlee that early on into the game for Houston. Only after 2 drives of Hunter Deckers, they decided to go to Plumlee for a drive. We'll see exactly what their mindset is for this game. We've seen teams in the past run a 2 QB system where it's 2 drives and then swap. We'll see if that's Houston's mindset for this one, as they probably are self-aware enough to realize that the playoffs are a long shot away from them. So they want to see exactly what they have in store for this, for the potential future of this team. Between Deckers and Plumlee, I'm fine with it though. I do like myself some John Rice Plumlee from back during his UCF days. He was always a solid player for UCF. Not one that could really take over. I mean, with his legs, he could take over a game, but like, wasn't always the most consistent of players. Was just all around solid. He worked with what Gus Malzahn wanted to do as a UCF offense for the most part. really embodied UCF well. Was a good center fielder and a baseball player as well for UCF baseball. There is 11-12 to play in the second quarter between St. Louis and Houston. There's a Louisville in that final playoff spot now as DC will need to wait. DC has a doubleheader. It has a back-to-back against Orlando to win the season. So they're going to be in a tough spot. Ball on their own 19-yard line. Perez in shotgun back to his left. And there's some movement up front before the snap. Probably going to get St. Louis on a false start here. I don't think Houston moved enough into the neutral zone for that to be against them. Yep, false start against St. Louis. So at 1st and 15 coming up. Perez in shotgun back to his left. Handoff up the middle for Jarvion Howard. Going to be a gain of roughly 5. So to get the yards right back from the false start. All right. So 2nd and 10 coming up. Perez in shotgun back to his left. 3 receivers to the left as well. Back now to his right. Going to look to throw in 2nd and 10. Pass over the middle is caught with some space. Past the 30 to maybe the 31 there for Stephen McBride. So a 1st and 10 coming up. All right, so handoff up the middle on 1st and 10. Howard breaks off one tackler in the backfield, but going to get right back to the line of scrimmage before being brought down. 2nd and 10 coming up. So 2nd and 10 coming up. $9.50 and counting to play in the first half. Perez in shotgun back to his right. 3 receivers to the left. High snap, corrals it, pass over the middle. It's caught by Jacquard Pearson, going to be a gain of roughly 3 or 4. So a 3rd and medium coming up. Clock continues to run here. $9-10 to play in the half. Perez in shotgun back to his right. 2 receivers to each side. It's a 3rd and roughly 6. And there's some movement up front before the snap here. Same question as the first false start. Was there enough up front from Houston for this to be a neutral zone infraction? Or is this just going to be a false start against St. Louis? It's false start against St. Louis. They didn't move enough into the neutral zone for that to be against Houston. That happening twice on the same drive is tough. So 3rd and 11 now for the Battlehawks. I need to see, I'll look to see who Birmingham plays after this drive. Perez looking to throw in 3rd and 11. Pass left side going to be caught. Breaks off one tackle. It's Tyler Neville. Up to about the 40 before being stood up. It's a gain of 10, but not enough for the first. I need to see who they play. Both them and Birmingham, but that's going to be the competition. Louisville plays Dallas next week, and they end the season against Columbus. Birmingham plays Columbus tomorrow. Houston to end the season. Columbus in between. It's back-to-back against Columbus and Houston. And anyway, DC plays... I could see it. I think it would need DC to go on a complete collapse in the year, though. Because them simply just winning out is not enough. They need Birmingham to lose once more. And I mean, Birmingham could definitely lose to Columbus in one of these next two, but I don't see it as likely. Whereas DC getting swept by Orlando seems possible depending on the status of Jordan Teamu. So I'll venture to say yes for right now, but just exactly how it happens, that I'm not sure about. Punt comes off clean, gonna be returned for no gain, basically. Gonna be Houston starting from deep in their own territory. And it's seemingly gonna be Hunter Deckers back under center for the Gamblers after Plumlee had one drive. So we had to do a commercial break first. But yeah, now all of a sudden, the DC Orlando game next week is gonna be so much more interesting. Because all of a sudden, DC's in a really bad spot. If Louisville wins out and DC drops one game to Orlando, Louisville has that tiebreaker due to them sweeping them. So it's gonna be interesting. And I could totally see Orlando stealing the game from DC if Teamu can't play in them. Yep, at commercial break. At commercial break. I do not envy Kevin Harlan anymore for him willingly choosing to call two games back in 2019 for the end of the season there. Because doing that for the entirety of the fourth and first quarter between these two games was something. It was fun, but man, I did not want to do that for a full game. It was made better with how close the Louisville DC game ended up being. Alright, just getting back from commercial break. It's 1st and 10 for Houston. 7.5 to play in the first half. Yeah, Houston's quarterback carousel has been the story of their season this year. Ball on their own 14 is Deckers in shotgun back behind them. 3 receiving options to the left. Gonna hand this off up the middle, and that's gonna be stuffed at the line for no gain. There is a penalty marker down as someone's helmet came off. Okay. And yeah, there's Plumlee on the sideline. I'd like to see Plumlee get more than one drive in this game. His one drive for the previous one was not great, but again, he's had 2 drives and roughly 2 weeks to work with this offense. I'd like to see him get a bit more of a leash at some point this year. But again, while you're still in playoff contention, Deckers is the guy. Deckers and shotgun back to his right. 3 receivers to the left, looking to throw in 1st and 10. Pass right side, going to be caught for the first. Gain of roughly 13 or so for Jalen Moreno-Cropper, down to about the 32-yard line. It is nice to see Plumlee back on the sideline, even though he's not like on the field proper. It's good to see him like be in that backup position at the very least. Deckers play action, pass left side, going to be caught past the 40 and diving forward for the first. For the first is a gain of 10 for Moreno-Cropper. Houston going up tempo. Deckers and shotgun back to his left. 3 receivers to the right. Ball on their own 43, looking to throw once again. Pressure coming, rolling left. Deckers going to throw this one away, incomplete. It's a nicely packed dome tonight. And there is a Battlehawks still to get up after this one as well. 6:05 to play in the half. We have an injury timeout here. Second and 10. So 2nd and 10 coming up. Deckers and shotgun back behind them. 2 receiving options to each side. Going to hand this off up the middle. And there's some space for Marcus Major for a gain of about 4. Gonna make it a more manageable 3rd down, but still a 3rd and decently long. And yeah, and there's Plumlee's career journey. His time at UCF was fun. Deckers and shotgun back to his left, looking to throw on 3rd and 6. Pass right side, going to be caught for the first, and fighting his way to the 42-yard line of St. Louis. Going to be a 1st down pickup down to the 60-yard field goal mark. And it is Caden Davis on the reception. That's a good throw. Hunter Deckers is just such a good quarterback. Him getting hurt in week 2 really hurt this Houston team. If he played for a lot of their games in between weeks when he was hurt, they probably have another win or 2 by this point. Quick pass left side for Justin Hall, going to be caught for a gain of roughly 8. 4.5 to go in the first half of this one. It's a 2nd and about 2. Deckers and shotgun back behind him. 2 receiving options to each side. Ball in the St. Louis 35. Deckers play action looking to throw. Pressure coming. Deep shot over the middle. It's off the mark and incomplete. Had a step there, but ball was just off the mark a bit. Was looking for Javonte Payton. So 3rd and 3 coming up. Deckers and shotgun back to his left. 3 receivers to the right. Going to look to throw on 3rd and 3. Has some time. Deckers rolling left. Pump faking, trying to buy some more time. Pass wide open inside the 10-5. And Houston extends this lead. Hunter Deckers using his legs there. What a throw. Lawrence Keys. That's the wrong team getting points. Lawrence Keys from 35 yards out. And with 3:26 to play in the first half, they lead by 14. That is a beaut from Deckers to Keys. The extra point from John Hoyland, it is up. And he's going to miss it wide right. It remains a 14-point game. 3:26 to play in the half. St. Louis has a chance to cut into this deficit before halftime. Yeah, that's a beaut of a throw from Deckers on the move. That's a heads-up play from Lawrence Keys as well to get himself open. It is beautiful. All right, so 3:26 to play in the half. Kickoff underway. Going to bounce and be returned beginning from about the 17. Space out past the 30 and brought down right around the 35. All right, 3:22 to go. First and 10. Perez in shotgun back to his right. Two receivers to each side, ball on their own 36. Perez going to hand this off up the middle, and that's going to be a loss of about a yard. All right. So 2nd and 11 coming up. So 2nd and 11, Perez in shotgun back to his left. Three receivers to the right. Ball now on their own 35. Perez going to look to throw. Pass right side, going to be caught up to about the 48 for Stephen McBride. Just shy of midfield. 2:45 and counting to play in this one. So Perez in shotgun back to his right. Two receiving options to each side. Ball on their own 47. Handoff up the middle, going to get to about midfield. It's Kylan James on the carry. And that should get us to the 2-minute warning. Yeah, this Houston defense has been playing pretty damn well in this game. Making things difficult for Luis Perez in this offense. That looked pretty well last week against Columbus. And that gets us to the 2-minute warning. 2 minutes to play in the first half. It's a 14-point deficit for the Battlehawks. A win and they are in. It's as simple as that. A win and they're in. They will join Orlando as the two teams who have clinched a spot this week. If they lose, they open up the window a bit for not only DC, but Birmingham and Louisville as well. But we're at commercial break. All right, at commercial break. All right. So at commercial break. Two minutes to go in the first half. Taking your time with this commercial break. At commercial break. All right, just getting back from commercial break. Final 2 minutes and a half, down by 16. Gonna need to do something here. All right, 2nd and 7. Perez in shotgun, back to his right. Two receiving options to each side, ball in roughly midfield. A win and a clinch. They need the 43-yard line for a first. Man in motion left to right. Perez, handoff up the middle for Kylan James. Gonna have some space and be tripped up right around the 45. So a 3rd and about 2 coming up. And the clock will continue to tick. And they go Wildcat. Blake Jackson in shotgun. Gonna take it himself left side and gonna lose about 5. Back to midfield. It's a 4th and long. With just under a minute and a half to play in the first half. I don't get the choice of going Wildcat there. But okay. A minute to play. The Landers clock runs some more. Alright, there is the timeout called with 59 seconds to play. St. Louis calls their first. They can punt since we're inside 2 minutes. So 4th and 7. Yeah, St. Louis in a tough spot here. Again, they do get ball to begin the second half, but they're going to be down by 2 scores, it seems. So they will punt this one away. And now Houston calls their first timeout. Would I always have it on? Just under a minute to play in the first half. So 4th and 7. Punt comes off clean. Going to be returned beginning from the 10. And going to work his way to about maybe the 15. Not much else to work with there. 49 seconds to play in the half. All right, 49 seconds. Deckers and shotgun back to his right. 3 receivers to the left. Ball on their own 15. Deckers looking to throw. Pass over the middle is intercepted. It's some life for the Battlehawks. He's returned to the 15-yard line. A dangerous throw over the middle is going to reward St. Louis. It's Taylor Hawkins on the INT. And they're right back in business with 43 seconds to go before the half. They tried to be greedy before halftime, and it's coming back to bite them. St. Louis now a chance to double up. The defense did their job initially. Was trying to fit it in there to Lawrence Keys, but it gets jumped perfectly. Yeah, that's a tough ball to throw. I don't know. I'm not sure what he was looking at. Just must have not seen the safety over the middle. So officially ball on the Houston 16. Perez in shotgun. 3 receivers to the right, 2 to the left. Play clock at 10 seconds. Perez looking to throw. Pass over the middle is off the mark and incomplete. A bit behind Akeem Butler. 2nd and 10 coming up. I mean, it's the correct read. Akeem Butler's open over the middle. High snap kind of forced it to be off the mark because the timing was off, but I like the throw. We have the attendance numbers for Louisville earlier. It's at just over 10,000. That's great. I love seeing that. St. Louis is challenging for DPI. Yeah, and ask me if he got there early or not. I think it's more so bang bang than. Yeah, no, I don't think he doesn't get there early enough. No, he's playing the ball as well. He's not playing through the receiver. Yeah, no, that's a pretty bad challenge from St. Louis. They're gonna lose that and lose a timeout. Yeah. 39 seconds to play in the half. Yeah, the Louisville fan base, just about 10,000 people at that game earlier today in a 15,000 capacity stadium. That's exactly what the league wants. They want more of stuff like that. Perez alone in shotgun, 3 receivers to the right, 2 to the left. Ball on their own 16. Perez looking to throw. Pass left side caught by Butler. Gonna work his way inside the 10. Will depend on the spot where exactly. They might mark him at the 7. So the clock is rolling under 30 seconds. You have to go quick. You only have one timeout remaining. And now there's a stoppage. So there's the timeout called. Their third and final of the half. And it'll be 3rd and 1. It's more so a 3rd and inches, but still, didn't get the first on that previous play. It feels like they need to find the end zone here with how they've been playing in this first half. Well, again, if they get the first down here, the clock will briefly stop, so they can line up with ease. So 3rd and 1. Perez in shotgun back to his right. 3 receivers to the right as well. 27 seconds to go in the half. Perez looking to throw. Rolling right to buy some time. Pass gonna be incomplete. Looking for Stephen McBride. Threw it way too far behind him to be able to readjust to it. It's a 4th and 1 coming up and a choice to make here for St. Louis. That's an interesting enough play call for 3rd and 1. So out comes the field goal unit. The drive stalls out. And now they're trying just to get points before the half. 25-yard field goal. Again, St. Louis gets ball to begin the second half, so they're relatively fine. Kick is up, and it's good from 25 yards out. So 18 seconds to go in the half. The INT is only 3 points off of it, despite really good starting field position. Kind of been the story for St. Louis in this one. They've now had 2 drives with excellent starting field position inside the 25 of Houston, but both have ended in field goals now at this point. All right, 18 seconds remain. So 18 seconds to go in the half. Kickoff underway. Going to be returned beginning from the 4. Base past the 20, past the down to about the 23. All right, so 13 seconds to go in the half. A Battlehawk is slow to get up afterwards, and that one is another tough injury for them. Is Trey Dean slow to get up afterward? That's a tough injury to face. I imagine Houston just gets this to halftime now. Yep, Decker's under center. They're in the QB kneel. And there it is. That gets us to halftime. St. Louis gets ball to begin the second half, down by 11. Not playing their cleanest of games, but they're still very much in this one. A win and they're in. We're at the half. I will quickly be right back. All right, I'm back. Hell yeah. I'm not sure what I'm going to eat after this. I had some wings before the games today, but I got to figure out what I'm going to eat after once the games end. I got some more water and some drinks and stuff though, so we good. Should be good for the rest of this. It's been a long one so far, but it's been full of some good football at least, so I'll take it. I have done double headers like this for this league where the games were pretty much a whole lot of nothing, and those were not fun to muster through. But yeah, we're at the half. St. Louis gets ball to begin the second half, down by 11. That Louisville DC game was something. I am pleasantly surprised with how the Kings have been playing the past few weeks. Have they gotten some help due to some lucky penalties, not against them and against other teams? Yeah, but that's part of football. Also, Tiamu getting hurt in that game helped him out a bit. Bad pass from Spencer Sanders on the 3-point conversion attempt gave him the win, basically. But still, to be able to pull up with 30-plus point games against DC in back-to-back weeks, that is impressive no matter how it comes. Especially with how they played in the first half of that one. So also, 4 interceptions forced. Like, Louisville played well. Much the same way that Houston's been playing well so far in this one, looking to play spoiler to St. Louis. It's simple. Win and you're in. All it's going to take. All right, at halftime. I don't say this as often as I probably should, but to everyone that's new in the stream, I appreciate you being here. Subscribe. You'll also be greatly appreciated. trying to make a push here towards the end of the season. I also go live with NFL games as well. When the NFL rolls around, the season having just been announced to schedule, I go live for about 5 games a week, every single primetime game, every single Dolphin game, a few other games pick it out here and there, depending on how the schedule lines up. For week 1, I'll be live with 5 games, all the primetimes, Miami's 4 o'clock kickoff, and the Australia game. So stick around, really appreciated. Once the UFL season ends, I begin my coverage of the NFL offseason, where I go over what all the teams did, the players they added, the players they lost, and what my expectations are for the upcoming season for them. As well as a few ideas for some other longer video essays to do. I typically try and do those, but depends if I have an idea or not for the week. Yeah. Well, welcome on in everyone that's new. We got another hour and a half or so with the second half of this game, and we'll see if St. Louis can be that second team to clinch. Because while I went to go get my water and everything, it's tough. The tough part about it is without Teamu, I doubt it. But with how Orlando's been playing, if Teamu was good to go for one of those games, I think they have a chance. If Teamu was good to go, I think they have a chance. But it all will depend on that. I don't think we've gotten any other news about Teamu yet. Let me see if I can find any updates on Teamu, since I'm sure the press conferences have happened by now. Any new updates? None that I'm seeing right now. Yeah, and I have not seen any updates yet. I'm sure by the end of the night we'll get word on kind of what the initial indication is for Teamu's injury. But it's still not great. But we shall see. Still at halftime in this one. Yeah, the rookie premiere photo released. Man, you can really tell which of these NFL jerseys just don't belong amongst the others. So we'll say that the new Atlanta jerseys are pretty clean in this. The Arizona one stands out like a sore thumb, though. That's crazy. Yep, still at the half. At halftime. If DC really does lose out, I could see it. But it's tough to say. It's part of what's tough about it is like Birmingham plays a pretty easy schedule left. Louisville on paper plays a pretty easy schedule, but you really don't know how Dallas is gonna look next week, and then how Columbus will look the week after. So we'll see. Most of it will come down to how Birmingham plays tomorrow against Columbus. I feel like that would be a big deciding factor for things. That's the thing I'm waiting. I'm gonna be waiting to see. We're at a commercial break. I believe the final commercial break before we get to the second half. But we're at halftime. Second half should be beginning here shortly. I do love I do all the back to backs are always a double edged sword to me for some degree, because like I do like just having just straight energy from the first game to take me into the second, but again it does depend on quality of games. But so far we've been getting some pretty good ones, so I'll take it. Yep, second half should be beginning here soon. Getting back from commercial break just now. Might have seemingly one more commercial break based off of what the broadcast is telling, but we'll see. Yep, at second half should be beginning here soon. We're going over what the sideline reporters believe need to be the adjustments made in the half. And the teams are on the field, they're warming up. We'll see what Houston has in store, but first St. Louis's offense is on the field. I would imagine Deckers is the guy going forward for Houston, although I would like to see Plumlee. I'm willing to wait for later on in the season. These two teams do play each other again next week. That should be fun. All right, second half underway here. Soon. It's been a pretty even game for most things, aside from St. Louis being 0 for 3 in the red zone, 1 for 6 on third down. Once the drives have been stalling out for St. Louis in this one. All right, St. Louis gets second half kick. Damn. Yeah. 11 points being the largest halftime deficit at home for St. Louis in UFL history is kind of impressive. So second half kickoff is underway, going to be returned beginning from the 7. Spaced out past the 20, past the 25, past the 30, trying to bounce it out towards the left, will be brought down at the 31. So St. Louis will start from there, and out comes Luis Perez, the Spring King. Yep. He has been around the block in spring football. Perez in shotgun, back to his left. 3 receiving options to the right. Play action looking to throw. Pass over the middle is going to be incomplete. Looking for Akeem Butler. 2nd and 10 coming up. Would have been a gain of roughly 9. So 2nd and 10 coming up. Perez in shotgun, back to his left. 3 receivers to the right. Gonna hand this off up the middle. And that's a gain of about 4. Alright, so 3rd and roughly 6. Alright, rolling in a 3rd and 5. It's more like 3rd and 5.5. Perez in shotgun, back to his right. 2 receivers to each side. Play clock winding down. Get the snap off in time as Perez looks to throw. Dancing around in the pocket. Pass right side, can be caught for the first. It's Stephen McBride, past midfield. Trying for the sideline, past the 40, and finally brought down near the Houston 36-yard line. Stephen McBride having a damn good game in this one. That center, on the other hand, not so much. That's like the 3rd or 4th off the mark snap so far in this game. So Perez in shotgun, back to his left. 2 receiving options to each side. Man in motion left to right. Perez gonna do a double reverse here. Going left with some space. Gonna be brought down right around the 30. Okay. Some trickery on the opening stuff. It's Frank Darby with a penalty marker down. A nice double reverse. This might be coming back. Gonna be against Houston, actually. They're tacking on some yards to this one. It's an illegal low block against Houston. The personal fouls, attack on 15 to the end of the run. And yeah, I see it there. It's clear. All right, 13 minutes to play in the third. First and 10. Perez in shotgun, back to his right, 2 receiving options to each side. Ball on the Houston 15-yard line. Man in motion right to left. Perez looking to throw, pump fakes left, pass back over the middle, caught by Tyler Neville. Gonna find his way to about the 6-yard line, a gain of 9. Hell yeah. Alright, 2nd and 1. Perez in shotgun, back to his left, 2 receiving options to each side. Ball on the Houston 6. Man in motion left to right, gonna hand this off up the middle. Trying to bounce it out right side is Kylan James, and he's gonna lose roughly 5. Yeah. It's been a good one for Houston so far. Defense has been playing well. Yeah, a pick 6 has helped in that matter. The offense hasn't done the most, I would say, but obviously done enough. It's been more so the Houston defense being the story of this one. Perez in shotgun, looking to throw in 3rd and 6. Rolling left, pass in end zone. Gonna be well overthrown and incomplete. Looking for Blake Jackson. He's wide open in the back corner of the end zone, and the ball sails on Perez, and yeah, he's not happy about it. He's angry, and I don't blame him. He's been off on this one. So another drive stalls out in the red zone for St. Louis. It is their 4th. 0 for 4 in the red zone so far in this one. And now it comes the field goal unit. Yeah, exactly. Look. 29-yard kick from the right hash. It is up, and he missed it wide left. That's a tough one. No points on the opening drive of the half for St. Louis. Boom. Oh, hell yeah. Chris Berman's going to join the booth. Love it. Love Chris Berman. We had to do a commercial break. Yeah, it's been one of those type of games for St. Louis. They're off their game. And the game to clinch the playoffs as well. They have not been playing up to snuff. Hell yeah. Yeah, and then from here it's getting to like the relatively easier parts for video making. Is having the idea laid out. Like I structured my process a bit differently. Is I do the research and the script writing and the recording first, and then as I'm going back through editing it all, then that's when I write down like all the stuff I need, and then I'll just find them from the research spots that I have open still. Yeah, yeah, I saw you send me all that last night. It was just I was busy with hanging out with some friends. We found a new co-op game to play, and that's been a mistake, but it's been a fun mistake. When is I gotta make sure I know he's coming to Miami in June. I believe it's June 6th he's gonna be here. I'll make sure to keep an eye on that though. I want to make sure I don't miss when he's gonna be in town. Yeah, that's fair. That is fair. Everyone has their own different processes for all that stuff. All right, just getting back from commercial break. And there's some old Houston Gamblers highlights from when Jim Kelly was with them. Hell yeah. I won. Answer my question. Gonna be a Jim Kelly bobblehead night? Yeah, and you might forget the SD card. Yeah, it's fine. I get the process you're doing. I love Chris Berman being in the booth. It's great. All right, Deckers and shotgun back to his right. Play action looking to throw, pressure coming, deep shot right side, going to be overthrown and incomplete with penalty markers down. Looking for Jalen Moreno Cropper, they're probably going to get a defensive hold in here against St. Louis. Yeah. I mean, the St. Louis faithful is great, but they need their team to step up a bit. Deckers and shotgun back to his left. Gonna hand this off up the middle for Marcus Major. Gain of about 3 or 4. That's completely fair. Yeah, it's I've been getting those clips circulating around as well recently on my socials, and a lot of it's just kind of funny. I'm just like, man, this really popped off the way it did. Toss left side on 2nd and 6, gonna have some space for the first and more. Pass midfield and staying on his feet until being forced out of bounds at the 42 of St. Louis. It is Kirk Merritt on the carry. Yeah. It's been a long day. 1st and 10 coming up. Officially ruling the ball in the St. Louis 44. Deckers and shotgun back to his left. 3 receiving options to the right. Going to hand this off for Merritt once again up the middle. Trying to find some space. Bouncing out towards the right. Going to get past the 40 to the 39. It's a gain of roughly 5. It is great to see Kirk Merritt back onto the field. He's been a while since we've seen him get some action. Roughly 9 minutes to play in the game, in the third. Yeah, no, it's not great. Decker's gonna hand this off up the middle once again, and that's gonna be Jalen White for the gain of roughly 2. But all that shit's popular for some reason. I don't get it. Third and 3. Deckers and shotgun back to his right. 3 receivers to the left. Going to look to throw. Deckers with some time. Pass over the middle is caught, and the stretch forward going to get the first for Houston. Jontre Kirkland on the grab. There's a ton of like popular shows and stuff that I just don't get how they end up being popular because they never have appealed to me, but there's a whole other world out there in terms of TV viewers. Deckers and shotgun back to his left. 3 receivers to the left as well. Ball in roughly the St. Louis 34. Handoff up the middle. Stuffed at the line for no gain. Yeah. Yeah, but that also seems to be the trend in standardized media, it seems, and it sucks. Deckers and shotgun back to his right. 3 receivers to the left. Going to look to throw on 2nd and 10. Has some time. Pass left side. Going to be caught with space. Pass to 25 and out of bounds right around the 24-23. Enough for the first is Javonte Payton on the grab. I feel like it's one of those things where people don't realize how bad it is until, you know, they hear from other people. Deckers and shotgun back to his right. 3 receivers to the right as well. Play clock winding down. To get the snap off in time as Deckers hands this off up the middle. Base inside the 20 and brought down at the 19 for Marcus Yarns. The gain of 5. Yeah. But again, there's all Tom's stuff is also not mainstream media. At least not yet. But mainstream media is, yeah, not good. Second and 5. Deckers and shotgun back to his left. 3 receivers to the right. 6 minutes to play in the third. Deckers play action looking to throw. Has some time. Pass deep right side for the end zone is overthrown and incomplete. Looking for Justin Hall. This is still the Gamblers' first drive of the second half. Yeah, exactly. And it's just it doesn't fit. And it doesn't fit with how, you know, things typically are. Deckers and shotgun back to his left. 3 receivers to the right, looking to throw on 3rd and 5. Pass left side for the end zone is just off the mark and incomplete. Looking for Moreno Croppers, a 4th and 5 coming up, and out comes John Hoyland. Well, yeah, it's worse. It's worse for the mainstream media, but that's kind of just the nature of things. Because the TV execs are the TV execs and the higher ups are going to be forcing other things onto the shows, and because they try to maximize viewership and the amount of money and everything, so they don't focus on, you know, the reality of things. 37-yard field goal from the left hash is up and good. Houston extends their lead. Yeah. Again, there's ways to do comedy, especially televised comedy, in a way that's genuine. But the TV execs and higher ups don't care. Whatever brings in the most money is what's going to get pushed. It sucks, but that's the nature of things. Yep, at commercial break. That is, yeah, that's such a dumb. I've actually not heard that reasoning. That is. God, the hoops people jump through to try and make excuses for shit they like is hilarious. I've been seeing that the past few days as well with Drake fans, because like I keep up with what's going on in hip hop and everything. I haven't listened to his album, the new albums yet. I don't care enough to. But I've been seeing some of them jump through the hoops now as well about like defending all three albums. I'm just like, there's no way you truly believe anything of what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah, it's a double-edged sword. It's again, the hoops they jump through is crazy. It don't make sense sometimes. Still at commercial break. Should be coming out of it here soon. Alright, just coming back from commercial break. See if St. Louis can mount this comeback as you look to clinch that second playoff spot. Houston set to send this one down. .502 to play in the third. Alright, 1st and 10. Get a win, clinches a playoff spot. I must have missed the return, I guess. It's going to be St. Louis ball at their own 20. Perez in shotgun back to his left. 3 receiving options to the right. Going to play action and look to throw. Pass to left side. Going to be batted away and incomplete by Kerry Vincent. Perez looking for Akeem Butler. 2nd and 10 coming up. Second and 10 for St. Louis. All right. Perez in shotgun back to his left. 3 receivers to the right. Ball on their own 20. 4.5 to play in the third. Perez looking to throw. Pass left side, a little bit underthrown and incomplete. Looking for Jahcour Pearson. Couldn't quite connect. Eli Walker batting it away. It'll be a 3rd and 10 coming up. Perez alone in shotgun. 3 receivers to the right, 2 to the left. Going to look to throw in 3rd and 10. Has some time. Pass right side. Well off the mark and incomplete. Looking for Stephen McBride. It is a 3 and out for the Battlehawks. And things are looking quite bleak. Just under 4 minutes to play in this one. Yeah, he's not looking good in this one. I'm not too surprised. I mean, he hasn't quite built the chemistry yet with this with his receivers. He's only been here 2 weeks. It was one of those things where like It's going to take time, but they kind of don't really have that much time remaining to be able to build everything. Punt comes off clean. Returned beginning from the 21, out past the 30, and down to about the 35. All right. So 1st and 10, and yep, tomorrow at 1 p.m. it's Columbus at Birmingham. Should be a pretty fun game as well. So Decker's in shotgun, back to his right. 2 receiving options to each side. Ball on their own 35. Decker's looking to throw. Pressure coming, trying to step up, but sacked. Back at the 30, it's Pita Tamu-Penu on the sack. And a 2nd and decently long coming up for Houston. He is such a damn good edge rusher. I'm shocked he has not been given a chance in the NFL yet. So 2nd and 15. Decker's in shotgun, back to his left. 3 receivers to the right. Ball on their own 30. Decker's looking to throw. Pass right side, going to be caught. And that is a gain of only about 2 for Justin Hall. Yeah. And then for this to be happening at home as well is not great. Kind of shocking. This is a team that typically at home is really put together and plays really well. And they're getting whooped like this against a team in Houston who on the road typically does not look too great. So it's a complete uncharacteristic games from both sides, it seems. Decker's pass over the middle is off the mark and incomplete. Looking for Lawrence Keys on 3rd and 12. So now the Gamblers go 3 and out. They'll punt this one away. There's still time. 2 minutes to play in the 3rd. Only down by 14. There's still time for St. Louis, but they're going to need stuff to start clicking here quick. Yeah, that works. The punt is going to kind of get blocked. Some will come off clean. Going to be returned beginning from the 29, gets up to about the 36. That was very close to being like a full, proper blocked punt. Would have been crazy. Frank Darby, probably like half an inch away from blocking that. That's very close, yeah. If St. Louis loses out, I think they could definitely sneak in there, assuming that we see Louisville win out, because St. Louis does have the tiebreaker over the Kings. So the Louisville need a win out, which is very doable. Handoff going right, going to be about no gain for Jarvion Howard. I more so think the idea is DC loses out, and we see both Louisville and Birmingham in the playoffs that way. Because that's a lot more doable, especially if Tiamu was out for the rest of the season. DC has back-to-back against Orlando coming up to end the year. So that's what I'm circling in terms of the Kings potentially getting in. Okay, the ruling in the 2nd and 9. Perez in shotgun, 3 receivers to the left, 2 to the right. Another off-target snap. As Perez's pass deep left side is intercepted. It's the 2nd interception for this Houston defense. It is Major Burns on the grab. And this Houston defense has been all over the place, making things tough for St. Louis. 46 seconds of play in the 3rd. And another off the mark snap. Causes some bad timing there. And an absolute duck of a throw. That's picked off. That's going to be picked off damn near every time. I see the Kings making it at this point. I see them making it. In part because I do see Birmingham losing one of their next 3. Because Columbus is the team that could definitely play them close. Yeah, the Spring King is looking more like a squire in this game. Deckers and shotgun gonna hand this off up the middle, and that's gonna be maybe a yard or two. The Kings as a whole the past few weeks have been looking great. He is either a hip or a leg injury he suffered during the game earlier. I have not seen any updated reports from after the game about what the expectation is for him, but it's not looking great. Decker's shotgun going to hand this off up the middle, going to be Jalen White for a gain of roughly 6. And that'll be the end of the third quarter. 15 minutes remain. Houston up by 14. Looking to play spoiler on the road in St. Louis as the Battlehawks are trying to clinch a playoff spot. Got 15 minutes to go in this one. Shannon Harris would have had his post-game presser by now, right? I'm shocked I've not seen anything about it. I feel like I definitely would have by now. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm more so thinking for week 10. And that potentially being, the one that gets them in. But I have not seen any updates. That would be fun. Even them playing another game against each other would be fun. They played two really good games to begin the season in weeks 2 and 3, so would not be opposed to it. Let me see if just the press conference has happened yet or not. I imagine it'll be one of the first questions he gets asked. Yep, here's the post-game presser. Is there anything on Teamu here? Yeah. Yes, 2028 is the goal for 2 new teams. We know OKC is going to be one of them. We don't know the second yet. Here we go. Yeah, first question being asked. Oh, is that asking about Spencer Sanders, not... Any update about Teamu? Doesn't seem like it. Okay. So we'll wait and see how the week progresses for him. I would imagine Michigan returns in 2028, but we'll see. An interesting tidbit about the OKC team is it seems like they're going to try and make that team... They're going to try and give that team a different ownership group. So they might be looking to expand in terms of, the league not being owning all the teams type of thing like it is currently. So if that's the case, then we might have to wait for Michigan unless there is an ownership group that is wanting to bring the Panthers back. But yeah, it seems like whatever the 10th team is going to be a city and a team that's going to be independently owned. And I do like the idea of them going that route, but the question is just going to be, how do you do that with these current 8 teams? How are you going to find ownerships and owners and ownership groups that would want to jump in on this right now? For these already existing teams. That would be interesting to see. I hope we'll see San Diego get a team. I don't think that'll be 2028, though. I think whenever the league goes out west, I think they're going to want 4 teams added to for a full Western push. Third and 3, Deckers, quick pass left side, gonna be incomplete. Looking for Jalen Moreno. Cropper is Neville Clark in coverage. And out comes the punting unit. They're gonna send this one down. Ideally for the league expanding the West, I want to see San Diego. I want to see Utah. I would like to see Oakland, but I kind of doubt it. And then I'd like to see one of either Seattle or Portland. If not both, honestly. Fuck it. Punt comes off clean. Going to bounce and be down at right around the 29. I think it will. I think it will last. I think the fact that they've announced OKC to be a team already shows that they're going to last. Yeah. It's them announcing an OKC as a team already is a good sign. And the fact that so far before this week, the league is averaging about 75,000 more TV viewers per game compared to the NHL during a regular season. So it's a good sign. Perez dump off right side for the halfback screen for Kevon Latulis. Going to get about 4 or so. Penalty marker is down on this as well. There have not been a lot of good snaps in this game. There's a roughing the passer penalty against Houston being tacked onto it. Yeah, and TV ratings have been steadily increasing year over year for the UFL. It's been attendance that's kind of been on the downswing. But again, the key thing is they need to just stick in these stadiums. And then I think we'll slowly see attendance start to increase again. I don't think so. I just don't think Delaware is a big enough standalone market to warrant putting the team there. Instead of just having Delaware be a supplement to a team in that region. Perez dump off left side for Latulis once again. Gonna have space past midfield, past the 45, and fighting his way to about the 42. Might be marking him just shy of the first. He'll be a second in inches. Yeah. Yeah, Fox and ESPN are definitely happy with what they're seeing TV ratings wise. It's thinking the main thing is attendance. That's going to be the main talking point because that in part dictates how the game looks on TV. But I mean, if you can average 630,000 viewers per game, you're in a good spot, which is what the league is doing up to this week. Pass over the middle, caught by Blake Jackson, has some space past the 30, fighting his way past the 25, and the ball comes loose, but it's out of bounds around the, I believe that's more so like the 18-yard line. It'd be first and 10 for St. Louis. I don't want to see the league move up to a right after Super Bowl start. It doesn't make sense. To me, the reason why this league is in a spot where it is now is because by this point you have people missing football. And they're going to see a football game potentially on and tune in. But if you start games as soon as the NFL season ends, you might get initially a good uptick in views and everything, but come the end of the season, you're not going to be at where you are now at this point. No, the WNBA has been going strong for, I think, 2 decades at this point. They're not going to fold. The NBA is putting too much money into it. They also just expanded some more. They're not folding. Perez passed over the middle for the end zone, just too far and incomplete for the outstretched hand of Frank Darby. 2nd and 10 coming up. I do think NBC will join them eventually anyway, but again, I don't want the league to be starting mid-February. Is there some bias in that because, the league starting that soon after the Super Bowl makes things a bit tough for me in terms of how I cover the league? Yeah. But also, again, I feel like a big reason for this league is the idea of missing football by the time it starts. Perez pass right side, going to be caught past the 15, enough for the first, and down to about the 11. Is Jacquard Pearson on the grab? And also, if you start sooner, you're competing with NFL free agency, which is not a good idea. St. Louis is 0 for 4 in the red zone today. If they're going to come back in this one, they're going to need to be able to punch it in here soon. Perez in shotgun back to his right, and they will call their first timeout. They're not going to get that snap off in time. I saw that. The way that that's coming back, I don't love it with Connecticut losing their team, but oh well. But I do like that, the WNBA is seemingly in a good spot, as is the PWHL. NFL expansion 2032 maybe at the earliest. I would rather say never. The NFL talent-wise isn't in a spot where you can confidently expand and still feel good about the quality of play. There's simply not enough quarterbacks, it seems, and definitely not enough offensive linemen to be able to man 36 plus teams. 18 games, 2 years. That's going to happen within the next 2 years. Next 2 years, at the very latest, by 2030. That's going to happen, no doubt. It would make too much money. Handoff up the middle for Jarvion Howard on 1st and 10. Going to get inside the 10 to about the 7. It would make too much money, and the way that the schedule will look by then. Due to that, I think it will make sense logically as well. Not 2028, but the second expansion they do. So not when 10 teams, but when they go to 12 or 14, whatever amount it's going to be after that. Play action pass right side for Perez is Tyler Neville, and he's walking it in for 6. It's about time the Battlehawks find the end zone. They cut into this deficit, now down by 8, potentially 7, depending on the extra point. 7-yard touchdown grab for Tyler Neville. And with 10:36 to play in this one, St. Louis is very much still alive. But yeah, I see the UFL going to for more weeks whenever they get past 10 teams. I think the first step would be 12 weeks and have a college style scheduling system, and then from there you can go to 14 maybe, similar to the NFL during their early days. Because like the idea is there's a chance they go more weeks in 2028 as well, because they want every team to play each other. And with a 10-team league, you're going to need 12 weeks. Especially if you want to still keep it to where you play 3 teams twice a year. Extra point is up and it is good. But I think the better idea would be treating the league more so as a conference, to where you would play 1 or 2 teams twice a year, and then you play everyone else once. And you have that protected rivalry there. But we'll see. Again, I hope it's Michigan in 2028. If not them, I could see them maybe going back to like a Philadelphia, a Pittsburgh, maybe New Jersey. And it's gonna be an Eastern/Central team. It's not gonna be further west than OKC or Houston or any of that. They're gonna keep it on the Eastern side of things for now. I could see Omaha. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me to add OKC and Omaha in the same expansion window. If not Philly in 2028, I think it'll be a bit longer for them. Because again, I do feel like after 2028, the next goal for expansion is out west. It'll be after the Western push. I see Philly coming back. Hell yeah. It's a rad commercial break. Yeah, Pittsburgh could be a fun one as well. But like Michigan is also just about to be opening up a new MLS stadium, or in next year they're opening it up, and that's why everyone's like, yeah, Michigan will be back in 2028, the year after the new stadium opens up. They'll be able to figure things out with it. It makes too much sense. Yeah, and 15K seats is what the league is aiming for, so it definitely could fit. Okay. Yeah, Montreal is feeling good then in hockey because they have them up 2-0. The Montreal Canadiens are up 3-2 over Buffalo right now, with a chance to close out the series tonight. They gotta be feeling good then. I can also see the league going like a wild card location out there and picking. I guess not really sure it's a wild card. I don't know. They go like Maine or some shit. Yeah. I also wouldn't be too surprised if New York gets looked at again and kind of that entire Northeast area, the New England area. But again, Michigan just makes too much sense. Keeping Michigan away from the league for longer than 2028 would pretty much be killing a potential for that team. Because those fans were consistently getting good attendance numbers last year and consistently watching good football. And when watching the league, and kind of just threw that all away because you didn't feel like playing in the Eastern Michigan Stadium or paying the Ford Field tax again like you did for St. Louis. It's weird. But again, I don't think I don't think it'll be announced who that second team is until next year. Kickoff underway. Going to be returned beginning from the 7s, spaced out past the 20, past the 25, brought down right around the 30. Hopefully sooner rather than later, but I would aim for 2030 at the earliest. Because the Mike Rapoli has said that he wants 16 teams by 2032. So I see it being a 2-4-2 expansion type. 2 teams in 2028, 4 teams in 2030, 2 teams in 2032. And that gets you to that 16 team amount. And then from there, you can go back to divisions, breathe for 2 8-team divisions and all that, and kind of figure that out. Deckers in shotgun, looking to throw in 1st and 10. Pressure comes quick, and he is sacked. Kita Tamupenu. His 3rd of the game, I believe, and he is not single-handedly, but he's doing a lot of the effort to keep St. Louis in this one. That's going to be a decent loss of yards there. It is a 2nd and 23 after that. Ball on their own 18. Deckers in shotgun looking to throw once again. Pressure coming, rolling left, dump off left side, going to be caught for a gain of roughly 5 for Lawrence Keys. Oh yeah, they still have a chance, but he'll need to be back before the playoffs. You'll need a week to get warm again. It's like I feel like Teamu can afford to miss. Like DC will survive if Teamu misses week 9. If he also misses week 10, they're at a real risk of missing the playoffs at that point. Deckers alone in shotgun, 3rd and 18. Gonna keep it himself up the middle. Has some space, gonna be only a gain of about 7. 9 minutes to play in this one. Houston goes 3 and out, and St. Louis has plenty of life. It's 4th and 12 coming up. Yeah. Dude, there's new reports about the infamous games coming back. That'll be cool as hell. I'm looking to replay those at some point. That'll be a good excuse. Punt comes off clean. Going to be returned beginning from the 15. Space out past the... Trying to get past the 20. Brought down at the 18, maybe 19. I don't know. Luis Perez has been off the mark. That's been the issue with St. Louis tonight. Luis Perez has been off his game. It's that and their red zone offense has not been great. It took them until just this past drive to finally find the end zone. Before that, they were 0 for 4 in the red zone, including a missed field goal. So it's just the red zone offense has not been there. But we'll see if things have turned for the better. 8:18 to play in the game. Perez in shotgun, back to his left, 3 receivers to the right. Ball on their own 18-yard line. Going to look to throw. Dump off left side, caught by Shannon Harris. Has space past the 25 and brought down right around the 28. Should be enough for the first. The tough part is they're adding only 2 more teams in 2028, so I'm not really sure if you can do a 16 playoff. You might be able to, but I think it'll be a 14 playoff until at least 2030. Perez in shotgun, play action looking to throw. Pass left side, gonna be incomplete. Looking for Akeem Butler, some tight coverage there between him and Kerry Vincent. Will be 2nd and 10 coming up. Kerry Vincent was all over Butler there. I am not surprised that Butler wanted a DPI there. I get it. No. Oh, is there a challenge here by Houston? Oh, an eligible man downfield is being tacked on to that. 1st and 15 coming up. Perez alone in shotgun. 3 receivers to the right, 2 to the left. Ball on their own 23, going to look to throw. Pass right side, going to be well off the mark and incomplete. Threw it in between 2 receivers. 2nd and 15 coming up. So 2nd and 15 coming up. Second and 15. Perez alone in shotgun. 3 receivers to the right, 2 to the left. Going to look to throw once again. Perez with some time. Dump off to the right. Going to be caught by Tyler Neville. Space past the 35 and fighting his way down to the 40. It's a gain of 17 and a first down pickup for St. Louis with 6:35 to play in the game. Yeah. All right, Perez in shotgun, back to his left. 3 receivers to the left as well. Handoff up the middle, now trying to bounce it out right side is Kylan James. Has a blocker in front of him. Fights his way past midfield and out of bounds at the Houston 49. A gain of 11 and another first down pickup for the Battlehawks. There's a ton of like insanely good matchups to begin the year. It's funny. I mean, like Buffalo plays Detroit as the home opener at their new stadium in week 2. That's gonna be a fun game. Perez in shotgun looking to throw in 1st and 10. Pass right side, going to be caught for a gain of about 3 or 4. McBride on the grab. Miami plays San Francisco in week 2. In San Francisco. And that's just not going to be fun. What sucks is that's a 4 o'clock game. So I'm not even having anything else to pay attention to during it. That's Thursday Night Football in week 2. That's a primetime game. And that's gonna be a great one. Even better if Detroit wins, but that's besides the point. Perez in shotgun back to his left, 2 receivers to each side, 2nd and 7. Going to look to throw. Pass right side, gonna be caught. Down to about the 40 is Jacquard Pearson on the grab. A 3rd and 2 coming up. 4:45 to play. And I was saying a 3rd and 3, and there's a brief stoppage with 4:40 to play in the game. There is an injury timeout here due to a Houston player being slow to get up. It's Eli Walker. And we're at a commercial break, so I'm going to quickly be right back. All right, we good. So like commercial break. Does it? Again, I handle the NFL in a way where even if I'm live with Miami, I'll keep some games on in the background through like my iPad and quad boxing and stuff. So that way, if Miami's game isn't great, I can at least have something to keep my interest. Yeah, it does. That's fine. Yeah. So yeah, I'll probably have that Packers Vikings. Yeah, I'll probably have those 2 on in the background during the Miami game, just so I can keep an eye on them. Because I'm well aware that Miami is not the best team, and that their games cannot be the most fun to watch sometimes, and the other games are higher stakes and all that. So I like being able to properly keep up to date with games and watch as many as I can. Yeah. Yeah. And those biases sneak in everywhere. So it's one of those things. Also, Buccaneers Bengals week 1 is a fantastic game, actually. Goddamn. Yes, but I'll keep a close eye on the other one. But I doubt it will too much because most win or go home games by week 18 get their own time slot. Either it be Sunday Night Football or a Saturday game. So they get full proper coverage. But but like a case last year where like Miami's game in week 18 was at the same time as Saints Falcons, which decided the NFC South. I kept that on in the background. Just coming back from commercial break. I mean, I got means to be able to keep up with games. So to make sure that if there is a higher stakes game, I can still, if not properly do play-by-plays for it, have reactions for it, and keep people updated with them. Third and 3 for St. Louis. Perez in shotgun. Ball on the Houston 41. 3 receivers to the left, 2 to the right. Going to look to throw. Pressure coming quick. Pass right side is high and incomplete. Looking for Stephen McBride is 4th and 3. And a choice to be made here for St. Louis. The offense will stay on the field. 4th and 3. Perez in shotgun, back to his left. 2 receivers to each side. Play clock winding down. Perez looking to throw. Pass right side, caught by McBride. And it should be enough for the first. They give him the 38 of Houston. They pick up exactly 3. The game stays alive. Yeah, that's true as well. Again, Tom does a great job with his writing. Kind of jealous. Now a stoppage here with 3:29 to play. We're going to review this. Yeah, that ball moves a bit. Can't quite tell from that camera angle, though. Oh, yeah, that's a good camera shot from it. It's going to be overturned. It's ruled incomplete. McBride couldn't hang on. It's a turnover on downs for St. Louis. And Houston's going to need another first down or 2. You'll be able to close this one out. $3:29 to play in this one. That's a tough break. That is a tough one. And they were lined up as well. They had the correct mindset of going quick. Just didn't snap the ball in time before the review got sent in. So now ball on their own 41. They added some time back onto the clock as well. Deckers in shotgun back to his right. Gonna hand this off up the middle for Marcus Major, and that's a gain of about 3. So they're focused on killing clock here. St. Louis only having 2 timeouts. Like as soon as that gets ruled a catch, you need to go quick and just snap the ball, even if it's just to spike it or it's incomplete. Just have to go quick and be able to make sure they can't review that play, and they weren't able to. Deckers in shotgun back to his right. 3 receivers to the right as well. Handoff up the middle for Major. Going to get about 4 or 5. A 3rd and relatively short coming up with 3 minutes to play. Third and 2. Deckers in shotgun back to his right. 3 receiving options to the right as well. Handoff up the middle and stuffed at the line. Maybe he fights to midfield. Nonetheless, not enough for the first. Marcus Major on the carry. It's a 3 and out for Houston. They can let this clock run down to the 2-minute warning. They've let this get to the 2-minute warning. They can still punt this. And there is a 2-minute warning. Yeah. I mean, the St. Louis defense is the best, if not top 2 run defenses in the league. So I do understand like why the 3-and-outs are happening, especially at this point, because you're not going to be really able to run the ball against them all too well. But we head to a commercial break for the 2-minute warning. St. Louis is going to have a bit of life here. They're going to need a good drive. All right. So at commercial break. Without a commercial break. Got 1 or 2 more commercials, it seems here. St. Louis can have to go the length of the field. They do have 2 timeouts though, so they're gonna have plenty of time to do this. Just can they execute? Kind of been the issues the entire game for them. All right. Yeah. Again, Tom does a great job writing everything. He's aware of he's aware of the impact he has. And he makes sure he makes sure he gets things right, which is very very nice to see. Yeah. All right, Houston set to send this one down. Punt comes off clean. Fair caught at the 12. St. Louis will need to go 88 yards to potentially tie this game. And they won't have tight end Tyler Neville to do so. Wait, St. Louis only has 1 tight end on this roster? What? Okay, I don't know what my YouTube TV was just doing there. 1st and 10. Perez in shotgun back to his left. 2 receivers to each side. Ball on their own 11. Looking to throw. Perez, deep shot, right side for McBride. It's there. It's caught. Along the sideline, Stephen McBride. And the Battlehawks are in business. All it took was 1 play. Oh, they have James Bostic. I guess he's just inactive for this game. I didn't check their inactives list. That is a beaut. Going to be out of bounds right around their own 45. Marking it officially at their own 44. Perez in shotgun back to his left. Looking to throw in 1st and 10. Pressure coming. Pass over the middle is low and incomplete. Oh, shit, I did. Thank you. Yes, I'll be live with tomorrow's game as well between Birmingham and Columbus, 1 p.m. EST. Perez in shotgun, back to his left. 2 receivers to each side. Going to look to throw once again. With some time, pass over the middle is caught for the first and more. Past the 30 to 25 and finally brought down near the 22 of Houston. It's Jahcour Pearson on the grab. And St. Louis is inside the 25-yard line of the Gamblers. That's another beautiful throw and catch for St. Louis. They're getting these chunk yards here nicely. And the offensive line holding strong just long enough to make sure these balls come out clean. Ball on the Houston 22. Perez in shotgun, back to his right. 3 receivers to the right as well. 1:15 to play in the game. Pressure comes quick and the ball's loose. Perez falls on it at the 29. Houston instantly blew up that play. Seemingly supposed to be a handoff potentially, or an RPO at the very least. But that's a beautifully timed jump. That is a beautifully timed jump there on that right side. Clock continuing to run even though they have 2 timeouts. Perez in shotgun, back to his right. 3 receivers to the right as well. 45 seconds left, and there's movement up front before the snap. A false start going to be called here against St. Louis. Yeah. But it's not hard to do it, but for some reason, TV execs are not willing to put in the tiniest bit of effort that they need to make sure they do it right. It's weird. Yeah. All right, so St. Louis has a second timeout called here. After the false start, going to put them at roughly the 33-yard line. Yeah, that's true. 32-yard line of Houston. Perez in shotgun, back to his right. 2 receivers to each side. 32 yards out from the tie. Perez looking to throw. Pass right side for McBride, going to be incomplete. Going for a back shoulder throw. It's a 3rd and 20 coming up. Yeah. Yeah, and then they don't realize how it comes off. Yeah. That's why it's like more media people need to have like fact checkers for some of the stuff they do. Or like other people to like third party people to be able to do counsel for these. Perez to throw in 3rd and 20. Pass right side, gonna be caught by Akeem Butler. Trying to break off one defender, can eventually get out of bounds, but maybe only gains a yard. So it's a 4th and about 20. 4th and about 19, maybe. Time remaining does not matter. The game's all going to come down to this. It's a 4th and 19. 31 seconds remain. If they can't get the first, Houston will pull off the big time upset. They need the 12-yard line at minimum. They're on their own 31. And St. Louis will call their final timeout as well. That's true as well. I'm pretty sure he has credited that for some of the writing he's done. Is the fact that he was a former teacher. Yeah. St. Louis is on the Houston 31-yard line. They needed the 12 to keep the game alive. With no timeouts remaining as well, this is them putting the stake in this game. The stake in this play to see if they can keep this game alive. It's going to be tricky, but twice on this drive alone, they've gotten 30-plus yard pickups, so it's possible for them. Just going to need the offensive line, just going to need to give them the time to do so. Perez alone in shotgun. 3 receivers to the left, 2 to the right. Hakeem Butler lined up in the slot. Perez looking to throw. Has some time. Rolling right. Pressure. There, he's sacked. It's Malik Fisher calling game. The Houston Gamblers. Now there's a penalty. It's defensive holding against Houston. St. Louis stays alive. And that's a clear defensive holding as well. It's called on a mere speed. That's such a bad mistake. 25 seconds, no timeouts. Ball on their own 26. That is such a bad mistake. I do agree with the broadcast though. Why are they in press man coverage on 4th and 19? Why are you in press man? Perez alone in shotgun. 4 receivers to the left. Going to look to throw. Perez with some time. Pass over the middle. Caught by Blake Jackson. Going to be enough for the first and out of bounds at the 10. That is why Houston's 2-5. Those kind of mistakes. Which they made a similar one last week with the 63-yard field goal. First and goal. St. Louis will have 4 tries to the end zone. Press man coverage on 4th and 19. Am I watching the Jets? Perez alone in shotgun. 3 to the left, 2 to the right. Play clock winding down. They don't get that snap off in time. That's a delay of game against St. Louis. That was a quick whistle by the refs, but it's a delay of game. That was a quick delay of game whistle, but I kind of like it because too many times we see teams get an extra second or two after the clock hits 0. So now 15 yards out from the end zone. Perez in shotgun, 3 receivers to the left, looking to throw. Perez pass left side, end zone is incomplete. Looking for Blake Jackson, a dangerous throw into double coverage, nearly picked off by Major Burns. And it'll be 2nd and goal. That's a dangerous throw. He's open as well, though. It's dangerous because it's behind. If that ball is placed like maybe a yard out of bounds on that left side, dude, there's a chance for a toe tap there. Yeah, he's in. He was lined up in the slot on that play. So 2nd and goal. Perez in shotgun, looking to throw. Can't get brought down in bounds. Perez pass over the middle. It's caught, but he's in bounds. They have to go quick. It's Stephen McBride at the 3. Clock running. 5, 4, lining up. They don't get the snap off in time. The Houston Gamblers survive because of a pass inbounds in the field of play. The Houston Gamblers stand strong. They win by 7. They keep their playoff hopes alive. And St. Louis, for the first time in a long time, has lost 2 games at home on the season. Their first time losing at home in 7 games. Actually, yeah, first time in a long time they've lost at home. The first road win of the season for the Gamblers. That was very reminiscent of Rams Titans Super Bowl that the broadcast loves to bring up every time St. Louis plays. But what a way for this doubleheader to go. A great finish between Louisville and DC. A great finish here between St. Louis and Houston. And they might actually have had time to get that snap off in time if they go quicker. Yeah, if they snap it right away, there's time there for them to actually get that off in time. But still that ball not going towards the end zone there is disastrous. So St. Louis plays Houston again next week. It's a doubleheader. Is it next week or is it either next week or week 10? Yes, St. Louis plays Houston again next week in Houston, and then they play Dallas in week 10 to end out the season. So with them needing to win one more game to get in, it's pretty confident in saying that they can beat either Dallas or Houston, but at the same time, they have now lost to both of these teams earlier this season at different points of this year. So we'll see. Well, the thing I'll say is the game against Dallas is in St. Louis. Even with this loss, we've seen that St. Louis is a good team at home. They had chances in this one. They went 0 for 5, or they went 0 for 4 in the red zone to begin this. DC is the one I'm most worried about. They have to play Orlando in back-to-back. They're the one I'm most worried about. St. Louis, I'm willing to give a bit of leeway in terms of just needing to win one of their last two. But Orlando, going to be the only team to have a playoff spot clinched after week 8. And still, it's anyone's game the rest of the final 2 weeks. We'll see what Birmingham and Columbus looks like tomorrow and see kind of how David Sannon's fully look. But man, if both Birmingham and Louisville are 4-4 entering the final 2 weeks, it's going to be fun. It does feel that way, but who knows, man. Louisville plays Dallas next week, so we'll see how that one goes. Like, yeah, Dallas feels so due for a win, but they also just haven't been playing in a way that has deserves it either. Like, they lost in overtime to Birmingham last week. They lost to Orlando this week in a crushing fashion as well. That game came down towards the end. Every single game so far this week has been a one-score game. I love it. It's been great. But yeah, I've been live for 6 hours. I'm gonna get food. I'm hungry. I'll see you all tomorrow for Columbus and Birmingham at 1 p.m. EST. That should be another solid game as well. Hopefully we have a full slate of great games for week 8. I appreciate everyone tuning in and sticking around for it. Both games were great. I love it. I'll see you all next time. Have yourselves a damn good one. I'm gonna get some food. Peace.